The Linn-Mar School Board meeting will be called to order at 5 p.m. in the boardroom of the Learning Resource Center. Please take roll to determine a quorum.
Buckholz?
Here.
Maury?
Here.
Nelson?
Here.
Rollinger?
Here.
Walker? Wall?
Here.
Weaver?
Here.
Quorum present at 5:01.
Thank you.
I move to adopt the agenda as presented. Second.
I have a motion by Clark and a second by Barry. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. With the resignation of J.T. Anderson, we're going to do some oaths of office and appoint an interim board treasurer and board secretary at this time. So if Courtney and Gayla could come over. Oh, sorry, motion.
I move to appoint Courtney Hempsath, Linn-Mar Business Manager, as interim board treasurer, Gayla Burgess, Executive Administrative Assistant to the superintendent, as interim board secretary due to the recent resignation of CFO Officer J.T. Anderson.
Second.
I have a motion by Barry and a second by Clark. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And now, you guys want to come on over? All right. Raise your hand. Do you both solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Iowa, and that you will faithfully and impartially, to the best of your ability, discharge the duties of Treasurer and Secretary for the Linn-Mar Community School District Board of Education as now and hereafter required by law? Thank you for your service. Welcome to the board. Okay. Tonight's special recognitions are our 2022 Lions and Volunteer Award recipients. So I will let Carla Christian.
Hello. My name's Carla Christian, and I have the honor tonight of awarding our Lions recipients for this year, for 2022. I'm so glad we have such a huge audience. I'm sure everybody's here for them. It is my favorite kind of time of year. You know, we get to recognize people, you know, spring, kind of spring. So we will start with our first Lion recipient, which is Carol Odonnell. Come on up, Carol. Okay, so Carol has been awarded the Living Legend Award for Excellence in Leadership. She is a principal at Novak Elementary, and she was nominated by Ryan Phillips. This is what Ryan says. Linn-Mar has been a truly fortunate beneficiary of Carol's hard work, support, leadership, and dedication for the last 26 years. Carol has advocated for the best practices and has worked hard to support quality educators in our district. She created Novak University to provide monthly professional learning opportunities in which her staff provides rotational learning for each other. Her passion for education is seen daily as she models the importance of serving the needs of all students, no matter their background. This encourages others to do the same. Carol, your desire to bring your best self to students and staff so they can achieve their full potential has left a lasting mark on the district. Congratulations. Thank you. Next up is Kelly Trier. Kelly has also been awarded the Living Legend Award for Excellence in Leadership. She's the autism consultant for the district. She was nominated by Jennifer Porter. Kelly Trier is in her 10th year with the district, and in those 10 years has made an incredible impact on staff, students, and parents alike. Kelly consistently demonstrates a spirit of teamwork, cooperation, and respectful treatment of others. She takes a leadership role and reinforces positive and productive behaviors in others. She builds effective, collaborative relationships with any and every group she works with. She teaches, guides, and remains a source of incredible knowledge, strategy, and inspiration as they continue their work, and celebrates them as they learn to solve problems. You've gone above and beyond to help our district and community. Congratulations, Kelly. Next, we have Cindy Hofstetter. Cindy has been awarded the Innovator Award for Excellence in Positive Change. She was nominated by junior kindergarten teachers at Novak Elementary. Actually, you are a junior kindergarten teacher at Novak Elementary.
It should be
Yes.
probably.
Brian and Holly Corkery.
It's
Yep.
probably parents.
Yes. Congratulations. Okay. So over the last 27 years, Cindy has made a positive impact on her students and families. She does her best to ensure everyone feels included and important, students and parents alike. Cindy was on the groundbreaking team in creating Linn-Mar's early childhood special education program. This program started in a small center with one teacher and has now grown to 8 teachers and classrooms throughout the district. With a creative approach, respect, and kindness she shows in her classroom, students and parents are excited to learn, and that is an invaluable part of those first years in school. Your commitment to our students to grow and enjoy learning is greatly appreciated. Congratulations, Cindy.
Thank you.
Next up is Polly Monahan. Polly has been awarded the Optimizer for Excellence in Teamwork. She's a kindergarten teacher at Indian Creek Elementary, and she was nominated by Michelle Hogsey, Tammy Frank, and Rachel Shoemaker. Polly Monahan has been a wonderful addition to the Indian Creek team, providing a positive mind and nurturing heart to students and staff alike. Polly goes above and beyond in alleviating stress and burden on others by taking on many responsibilities without asking for anything in return. Everyone has a chance to share their thoughts and opinions. Polly remains open to those points of view and considers all ideas before providing her thoughts. She focuses on the team and how she can best support them. She is a caring, collaborative, and committed teammate. Thank you for bringing your positivity and dedication to work every day, Polly. Congratulations. Thank you. You're welcome. And next we have Ginger Halverson. Ginger has been awarded the Lion Pride Award, Going the Extra Mile. She's a K-12 adaptive PE teacher, and she was nominated by Deborah Berry. Over the last 18 years, Ginger has been a valuable addition to the Linn-Mar PE team. As the adaptive PE teacher, she serves nearly 100 students through the district. Ginger goes above and beyond her daily duties by engaging students as a district sponsor of Linn-Mar Buddies and Special Olympics. Her work with the Linn-Mar Buddies program helps grow connections and social relationships between students with disabilities and general education students. She encourages each student to reach their potential and gives them opportunities and experiences they may not have had otherwise. Ginger, your compassion and commitment to our students and district is very appreciated. Congratulations, Ginger. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Carla Terry, and it gives me great pleasure to share with you some incredible people out of our volunteer program. And the first one is Kerry Smith. She is nominated by Excelsior Associate Principal Steve Starkey. Kerry Smith is being recognized with an Above and Beyond Leadership Award for her volunteer service to Linn-Mar Community Schools. Kerry has served at both Novak Elementary and Excelsior Middle School as their school volunteer coordinator and has given close to 1,000 volunteer hours. Kerry brings a vast knowledge of the district and excellent communication skills to support and develop the Linn-Mar volunteer program. Since the beginning of the pandemic, she has provided consistent, positive, and informative messages to her school's volunteer base. She was able to maintain excellent service to the school by meeting their needs during COVID, while still being supportive of the volunteers. Kerry has served as a mentor and role model to other school coordinators and has gained their respect for her leadership skills. Her willingness to create a cohesive and dedicated team of coordinators has always been demonstrated by her willingness to teach others. Kerry's effort demonstrates that kind, optimistic, enthusiastic leadership makes a difference in our schools. Congratulations, Kerry. Our next recipient is Stephanie Meyer. She has been nominated by Boulder Peak Volunteer Coordinator Angela Burke. Stephanie Meyer is also being recognized recognized for her service to the district with the Above and Beyond Leadership Award. Stephanie's leadership during the last 2 school years demonstrated by her willingness to develop our first drive-up volunteer workshop, and that continued until we moved off-site to off-site venues this school year. This required coordination within our community, logistics, and additional effort to secure locations and move materials. Indian Creek's workshop continues to be very well attended, and it was through Stephanie's constant positive communication, program development, and commitment to her volunteers. Her genuine compassion, understanding, and support has led to a sustainable team of volunteers at Indian Creek. Stephanie has served in multiple leadership roles as the school volunteer coordinator and also for 3 years, and also as an event coordinator for America Reads for 2 years prior. Stephanie is positive, supportive, and incomparable in supporting her school with her time and leadership. Congratulations, Stephanie. And our final recipient of a newcomer award is Morgan Yarker. She was nominated by Westfield Principal Ed Rogers. Oh, you're turning me. Morgan Yarker is being recognized with the Newcomer Award. Morgan has been involved with Linn-Mar for only 5 years and has already given more than 600 volunteer hours to the district. Her drive to support our schools is noteworthy. Morgan has assisted in establishing the daily curbside meals and workshops that impacted her school and her staff. Her drive to support Westfield Elementary brought the first virtual science fair in the district and the creation of videos to share and teach volunteers. Her innovation and teamwork helped to maintain the core of volunteers for Westfield, even during a time of ambiguity. Her use of technology to solve problems demonstrates her innovation. Morgan is articulate and capable and has served on a district committee and served as one of the speakers for the Board of Education in describing the committee's work. Morgan is conscientious, resourceful, and admired by her fellow volunteers for her performance as a volunteer leader. Congratulations, Morgan.
I'd like to thank all of our award winners this evening for coming and recognizing your tremendous contribution to our district. You are what make Linn-Mar a great place to be. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up we have a proclamation that I am happy to read for Teacher Appreciation Week. So Teacher Appreciation Week is May 2nd through the 6th. Whereas Linn-Mar teachers play a critical role in educating and shaping the minds and lives of students, and whereas Linn-Mar teachers are patient, hardworking, dedicated, and educated professionals, and whereas Linn-Mar teachers strive every day to inspire learning, unlock potential, and empower achievement, therefore I, Britannia Mori, serving as president of Linn-Mar Board of Education, proclaim May 2nd through the 6th, 2022 as Teacher Appreciation Week. I would like to urge everyone to celebrate this week by taking time to recognize and acknowledge the lifelong impact that Linn-Mar teachers have on the lives of their students. If there are teachers in the room, I want to thank you, and for those that are watching, we'll just...
We have a second proclamation, which I'm pleased to read on behalf of the School Board Recognition Month and the month of May. Whereas the Linn-Mar Community School District Board of Directors derives its legal status from the Constitution of the State of Iowa and the statutes enacted by the General Assembly, and therefore serves as an agent of the state in developing educational programs in accordance with the Constitution and laws of Iowa. And whereas the members of the Linn-Mar Community School District Board of Directors are volunteer citizen leaders who play a crucial role in ensuring students receive the best education possible as they set district policy, provide general direction for the district, lead by example, and work together to inspire learning, unlock potential, and empower achievement for the entire district. And whereas the Iowa Association of School Boards has designated May 2022 as School Board Recognition Month to celebrate the contributions of all board members to Iowa public education. Therefore, as a way of showing our appreciation, I ask you please join me in a round of applause for the dedication, guidance, and service in the Linn-Mar School District Board of Directors provides to the students, the staff, the community, and the district. Thank you, all board members.
Thank you, and I'm very excited about the pen. Never had a pen with my name on it before. So, at this time, we're going to open up a public hearing to be held on the proposed use of our SAVE revenue for an athletic facility infrastructure project, which would be the district tennis courts. So if there is anyone here specifically to speak on the use of SAVE revenue dollars, please make yourself known to me at this time. And just wait a second in case there's someone in the other room that wants to run across the hallway. All right. Yes, please. I did not know there was a 20-second delay. I'm going to make Nathan run back and forth a lot tonight. All right.
No, I said I'll watch for one. I'll watch for it.
Okay. For the public hearing on the SAVE revenue dollars? Do you want to speak on using SAVE revenue dollars for an athletic facility? Okay, then you can have the microphone for 3 minutes.
I've been in so many different athletics and I've really enjoyed them. And I know it becomes more and more expensive. And we aren't like some countries that don't even have athletics. They don't even have that type of competition. Sometimes like March Madness, I sit back. Are you given 3 minutes?
Yes, 3 minutes.
Sometimes March Madness and some of these other it gets everybody's attention. Like in Indiana, they'll close down a whole town to go to a basketball game. It is so cool. So the whole point is we aren't like some of these other countries that don't have anything like we have. We are so blessed. And it keeps all of our young people from, if we didn't have athletics, what would our young people do? And so because of what's happening to our economy, I'm quite sure that schools need all the economic, financial help they can get. And so all I can say, this money comes from everybody. And so somehow, some way, you have to remain neutral because they might be conservative, they might be liberal, they might be, from different countries. But just let athletics flow the way they're intended to flow and keep the politics out of it, and it will help kids so much to develop the way the good Lord intended them to develop, along with other things that they need too, which I haven't mentioned. So I know a lot of things are about the money. We can't help it, but that's the reality of America. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on the use of SAVE revenue dollars during this public hearing? And okay. So at this time, I will close the public hearing on our SAVE revenue dollars. Next up is audience communication. At this time, those that have signed up to speak will be called to the microphone in the order of sign up. Given that I was just told there is a delay, I'm going to name 4 names in a row so that if that person is in the other room, they will hear their name and then they can come wait in the doorway to help with time. Just to give everyone a heads up, we have 76 people signed up to speak. All right. So at this time, the board will receive and acknowledge comments, but we will not engage in dialogue with the speaker because of the set agenda for the meeting. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. All comments should be shared in a respectful manner. The first 4 speakers signed up will be Nick Hall, Sherry Crandall, Amy Lennox, and Kurt Hancock. So Nick Hall is first.
I sure am glad I'm not the first speaker in public to take off a big old contentious topic like this. So welcome everybody. Let's get it done, huh? First of all, I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to meet and to speak with all of you and with all of you. Everybody here tonight is sacrificing time away from their families and other things they could be doing. I'm grateful for everyone's discipline here. Policy 504.13 infringes on parents' First Amendment rights. Please vote no or suspend this policy. Any policy from any organization that supersedes parental rights and responsibilities inherently infringes on families' religious rights. Disciple is the root word in discipline. To disciple is to assist in sharing the doctrines of another, in this case, Christian doctrine. This, to me, means raising my children on a foundation of Christian doctrine and values. I rely on school to communicate with me regarding my children and the decisions and choices they make when they're at school, as all parents do. Likewise, I deserve to know the accommodations made available to my children when the overnight accommodations become part of my children's lives in order to help them understand how their decisions are or are not reflected in Scripture. This policy infringes on parents' religious rights by failing to disclose children's transgender and non-binary information to parents. In the event children use school facilities corresponding to gender identity without parents' knowledge, and when overnight accommodations that correspond with their gender identity are selected without parents' knowledge and consent. The instant a school district is placed between parents and children, as is in the case in this policy, our religious rights are infringed upon because this policy inherently interferes with biblical parenting. The way a child should be trained to go is fear the Lord and walk in his ways. Please understand Christian fundamentals. The gospel of Jesus Christ is the foundation of our worldview and is presented in Scripture. Jesus is the incarnate God, died on the cross for our sins, and bore the punishment that we could not bear ourselves, which was God's wrath. Every word of Scripture is breathed out by God, is true, and is given to us out of his love. And the gospel and the rest of the Scriptures are just as real to me and to my Christian friends, and as real as gravity and oxygen. Scripture commands Christians to teach our children the Lord's commandments provided in Scripture and bring our children up to the discipline of the Lord. Children are called upon to obey and honor their parents. My instruction to my children is that they are not to share bathrooms, locker rooms, or overnight accommodations with the opposite gender or sex. These are my instructions because they are grounded in Scripture, which is the outline for raising my children based on our family's religious beliefs. The school district that enables this without my knowledge or consent disregards my obligation to raise my children according to the Word of God, hence an infringement on my family's religious rights. My hope is to point out that there's a fine line between where one person's rights ends and another's begin. Accommodation is not as simple as cutting parents out of the communication loop for transition plans. Please vote no.
Sherry Crandall's up next. Following Kurt will be Sean Sanford and Barb Johnson. Sherry?
My name is Sherry Crandall, instructional coach at the high school, and my pronouns are she, her, and hers. Research shows if we introduce ourselves in this way, showing our respect and understanding to our transgender and non-gender conforming students, we can decrease suicide attempts by up to 65%. That is a huge effect for such a small gesture. Don't all of our students deserve to feel loved, safe, accepted, and respected at school? I'm here tonight to speak in favor of Board Policy 50413R. Many in our district are asking for transparency, and we have been following this policy for more than 5 years with no issues. It's the law, so why not make this clear in district policy so that there's transparency and understanding? I understand this proposed policy scares some people, and I'm a mother and protecting my children is #1 goal. But it's also my goal to protect all students of Linn-Mar every day. If there's an active shooter in the building, I am trained to get them out. All of them. All of them. Not some, not the ones that look or act a certain way, but all of them. And I take that very seriously, and I would give my life to ensure that I took care of all your students. So I take that same serious stance with our transgender students and their rights. But let's talk about fear for a minute. It raises our anxiety and it causes us great stress. But sometimes fear can be eliminated if we know what the reality is. There is no evidence, there's not one confirmed case on record of a transgender person molesting another person, including children, in a bathroom or locker. However, there are numerous cases of students and children being molested by people who should be safe to our children. Clergy, family members, coaches, and yes, unfortunately, even teachers. 70% of sexual assaults occur inside a victim's home by somebody that they know. When we're looking in the wrong places for risks to our children, we miss the opportunities to strengthen the protective factors necessary to prevent abuse. At the last board meeting, a concern was shared that public education is causing transgender numbers to rise. The number of trans people isn't increasing, it's the number that publicly identify as trans because we're trying to normalize and make it safer, and in the past there was no place on the form to check male or female. I've been working for Linn-Mar for 35 years, and I'm in the classroom multiple times during the day with my job. And I assure you, not one of our teachers is trying to groom your children to be gay or trans. Yet all means all. So at the last board meeting, Matt stated that he felt that all students should have the access to address their concerns with this policy, and I totally agree. If your students are concerned, have them come see me in the main office at the high school. I have the 2 therapy dogs, and everybody knows who the dog lady is. I will give them the numerous ways to feel safe if these policies make them feel uncomfortable. These solutions will not ostracize them or make anyone else aware. If they want to keep it private. It's truly my goal that every single student at Linn-Mar feels safe, loved, accepted, and respected. If you're worried about what your children are exposed to, I would ask you to fear this phone more than the policy. So we fear the unknown, so come and see it. Come visit, I will personally give you a tour, lower your fears about what you think might be happening, and come see what is actually happening and put your fears to rest. Thank you.
Amy Lennox.
Good evening. My name is Amy Lennox, and I'm here tonight to ask you to release our 3 children, Avery, Maddox, and Vivian, from the district from the 2022-23 school year. I understand I'm past the deadline, and I apologize for any inconvenience. I've never looked into open enrollment before, so I did not know there was a deadline for the application. While we feel Linn-Mar is a great school, we don't think it's the right fit for our family. My kids have gone from loving school to dreading it at night and crying before bed. A few examples of our reason why for this is my 7-year-old daughter, Vivian, can't concentrate in her classroom because specific students with behavioral issues are constantly screaming at the teachers, the paras, and other students. It's gotten to the point where Vivi covers her ears in the classroom to muffle the noises that her teacher has given her headphones to wear during the classroom day so she can get through and do her work. While I am grateful for the teacher for giving her these headphones, I'm also very frustrated that my 7-year-old has to wear headphones to concentrate during the school day. We have talked to her teacher about this issue multiple times, and she advises her hands are tied, and due to the school's, the leadership has directed her to do she's doing the best that she can, but I'm just not okay with that. My 9-year-old son Maddox has multiple behavior students in his classroom as well, and also struggles to concentrate. He writes about it weekly in his journal, and I quote, "We had another rough week. 2 people are always screaming and running in and out of the classroom. These are the same children who are flipping over the desks, throwing chairs, and climbing on bookshelves." As a parent, we thought these reports from our kids could be exaggerated, so we volunteered and we went into the classroom, and their reports are confirmed. We saw it with our own eyes. My son Maddox has also been punched in the face twice this school year by the same child out at recess while playing sports. Both times it was on surveillance camera. Both times Maddox did not fight back, and both times there were no consequences. And after talking to the building principal, the only solution that was suggested was that Maddox lose sports a couple days a week and that other child lose sports a couple days a week so they don't have to cross paths, which I didn't agree with that because why are we punishing my son who didn't fight back? Linn-Mar is filled with amazing teachers and students, but there are a select few children who are limiting my children's ability to learn. Please don't allow the lack of our knowledge about the open enrollment process and application date to continue to negatively impact our children at Linn-Mar. Please release Avery, Maddox, and Vivian from the district for the 2022-23 school year. Thank you.
Okay, up Up next, we have Kurt Hancock. He will be followed by Sean Sanford, Barb Johnson, and Carol Larson.
Yes, I'm Kurt Hancock, and I served in the United States Air Force, and when I served, I swore an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and I know that when you were sworn in, you swore an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of Iowa. I'd like to read a little bit from the Constitution, the preamble of the Constitution, and it says that we, the people of the United States of America, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, being our children, of course, our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. These are great words, and this document, the principles behind this document are expressed in the Declaration of Independence, and I want to read a portion of that. And it says that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that to secure these rights, the governments, you guys, the governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. These are great words. These are inspiring documents. And this is what we need to instill into the hearts and minds of our children. Finally, I want to read one more thing. It's Philippians 4:8. And it says, now, dear brothers and sisters, one final thing. Fix your thoughts on what is true, honorable, and right, what is pure, lovely, and admirable. Think about these things that are excellent and worthy of praise. These documents, our founding documents, these are worthy of praise, and this is what we need to instill into the hearts and minds of our children, and not transgender and homosexual activities. I implore you to reject this policy. It is not what our nation is founded upon. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sean Sanford. Thank you, Board, for allowing us to speak. So today I'm going to be speaking on behalf of a student/students. They feel uncomfortable, and they feel they cannot approach the appropriate outlets to bring their concerns to you guys, so I'm going to do that on behalf of them. And I quote, as a student at Linn-Mar, I am very concerned about this new policy, referring to 504.13 and .13R. I am very concerned about this new policy. I am writing this anonymously because I feel like I would be judged by students as well as staff for having this opinion. There is no equality at Linn-Mar. Students, part of the LGBTQ community, opinions are favored over students who have opinions like me. For example, the LGBTQ students at our school were allowed to have a protest when they should have been in class. But when some students tried to oppose this, they were pushed away by the administration. Some students were even sent home by the principal himself. Linn-Mar is still hiding these records from that day. I know the students at Linn-Mar all too well, and I know that if this policy passed, then someone would take advantage of it, and an undesirable outcome would happen. History of this same policy being passed in other schools shows us that students have taken advantage of this policy, much like the girl who was raped in Loudoun County in a bathroom by a boy who was dressed in a skirt and identified as a girl. I would not put this action past some of the students at Linn-Mar. This policy is a safety concern. I would not feel comfortable changing in front of a transgender student in locker rooms. I would not be comfortable being in a bathroom with a transgender student. Many, many students feel the same way as I. I believe the children are placed in their parents' care by God. And when secrets are kept between children and parents, it greatly undermines the relationship. I do not believe that the school has a right to keep secrets between students and parents. This is the greatest issue I have with this policy. Again, 504.13 and R. During the school trip to Florida, one of my close friends was put in a hotel room with a non-binary student and a transgender student. My friend did not make this choice and expressed being extremely uncomfortable with this situation to me. However, my friend was too scared to say anything about their feelings to a teacher because my friend was scared to speak an opinion that would probably not be accepted by other students and staff. My friend had to room with a non-binary student and a transgender student because there is a major bias in the Linn-Mar school district. Linn-Mar has been indirectly implementing policy and parts of it for years with no transparency. There are literally 6 times the amount of people who have signed the petition to oppose this policy than the amount for the policy. School board, prove to us that you believe all students' opinions are equal. Vote no for this.
I know everyone's really excited, but we have 76 people to get through, so if you could applaud quickly so I can get the next name out. Barb Johnson, Carol Larson, James Thacker, and then Lindsey Sullivan are next. So Barb Johnson, you're up next.
I just want to be sure that I'm talking to the same board, right? The ones that implemented mandates without explanation, let our kids roam Marion amongst other things in order to keep COVID numbers down. Same board, just checking. Same board that takes partisan advice from only one party in what is supposed to be a nonpartisan role. Advice from some people, the same people who don't have custody of their children, colluded and committed fraud in actual elections, but had issues with signatures on a school board race, chatting it up with another person who has harassment along with domestic violence charges, but let's take advice from them. Same board who brought up issues like allowing miniature ponies as service animals without any regard to actual education in the school, allowing students and staff during school hours to rally, display PDA, and ignore the very education we send our children to this district to receive. Same board? Yep. Same board who has employed pedophiles, more than one in the last 5 years to be exact, and still employing the mother of one who was recently charged and just so happens to run the same group, forcing an issue we're all here against tonight. Not a coincidence. Same board, right? A group arranged to offer safe space for those kids who no one would bother to be against if it weren't for the incessant force of opinions, posters, rallies, bullying towards those who don't agree and otherwise. Rallies that happen during educational hours and are impeding learning. And now the same board who's bringing in a rule which they believe is law, newsflash, it isn't. Crossing lines over education into medical, which isn't in their scope. The new policy this policy wasn't even brought into play by any other district, and yet 5 years after this law supposedly came into place, you want to put it in a policy. Your job is in education. You are not scientists, biologists, psychologists, or otherwise. Look at your track record, guys. You've been whining about enrollment rates, and you wonder why. Not only have your politics and indoctrination gotten in the way of our kids' education, now you want to bring up bathrooms? For children, and I'm emphasizing the word children's because that's what they are, essentially what you're saying is I can let my 13-year-old drive to school because he's old enough to make a decision about how he identifies. What you're saying is my daughter will go to bathrooms at school with the student or staff who biologically is male, has a penis, and can use the same facility, that my teenagers may be roomed with somebody who identified as the opposite of their biological gender, putting both in danger. And teenagers and hormones is not a good combo to begin with. But you'll allow the possibilities. You'll unethically hide information from parents because someone can say I'm a girl while having a penis or a boy while having a vagina, and that has to be followed. You made it crystal clear that you have not and will not take into account any safety or educational measures for our children. So do us a favor, drop the issues, and walk out of this building right now. We, the parents of Linn-Mar, are formally demanding your resignation because if you can't do what's in the best interest of our children, we don't want you here. You're blatantly refusing to keep them safe, to educate them, and to keep them children. You have 30 days.
My name is Kerry Larson, and I have a 7th and 9th grader in the district and 2 adult sons at home. I'm also a Linn-Mar alum and have lived in the district for 32 years. I'm here to speak about policy 504.13 and 504.13-R. As I understand it, these procedures have been in place since 2016, and we are now making it policy for transparency, which a lot of people are calling for, and for it to be easy to find and identify for staff and others. I want to thank the district for bringing this forward and making it a priority. The gender support we are offering to all kids, no matter how they identify, is great. I understand the need for privacy for some kids who can't speak to their parents or have told them and do not receive support. I know my kids have friends who are verbally abused by loved ones or who do not agree or support them at home. School needs to be a place that is safe for them to find acceptance and understanding, and I think this is a step in the right direction. Why is this important, especially to our trans and non-binary students? Because 82% of trans teens have considered killing themselves and 40% have attempted suicide. That overall is about 20% higher than cis students. I have heard a lot of concern from parents about locker rooms, but this policy is for all students if they feel unsafe. I've heard locker rooms are the same as when I was in school. You have 5 to 10 minutes to get changed. Most people have their heads down. You're covering up as much as possible to show little skin. I know when I was in school, I wasn't comfortable changing in the girls' locker room. In this policy, then, I would be able to go somewhere else to change if I wasn't comfortable. There's typically a teacher in the locker room in case there are issues. No one wants to spend any more time than needed in there. Overnight trips is another thing I've heard concerns about, which again is the same from when I was in school. For overnight trips, for those that don't know, you sign up with a roommate or roommates. So majority of kids will know who they're rooming with because they have signed up with them. Unless you either A, don't have enough people in your room, or you check the box that says you don't care, and they will find someone to room with you. What it comes down to is making our trans and non-binary students understand the school is a safe place for them and has been, as it has been for cis kids. These students want nothing but to be themselves and be comfortable in their skin. I get not everyone will understand or agree. I do encourage you, if you do not know a transgender or non-binary student, to talk to one or even find a trans or non-binary adult. Don't debate them, talk to them and ask questions because they can explain why they feel the way they do. These kids are not stupid. When it comes down to it, it's about respect and feeling safe at school. In the end, it doesn't matter if this policy passes. I hope it does, but no matter what, the procedure will still remain in place. Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have James Thacker, Lindsey Sullivan, I'm sorry, I can't read the second name, but it ends in Hayes, and Craig Seeley. James Thacker is next.
This is about policies 50413, 5013R. Jim Thatcher, Linn-Mar Community School District. I got 3 minutes. I must go fast, and I'll be blunt. My experience with Iowa law, or with law and code, 21 years of experience enforcing, writing, adopting law and code. 7 additional years after retirement providing code consulting services. I led Cedar Rapids Building Services Division for 3 years, 30-plus personnel, 7 code groups, building, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, housing, fire code. I was fire marshal for the city of Cedar Rapids for 11 years. As president of the Iowa Fire Marshals Association, I met with state legislative committee in support of adoption of the new IBC and the later the IFC for the state fire marshal's office. Directly and through city attorneys, I've interacted with the ombudsman for the state of Iowa on legal issues. I've been in court multiple times, typically as a subject matter expert. I've heard back from 4 Linn-Mar representatives. 3 state these policies only reflect Iowa code and will not change anything. Neither will these policies change current procedures with Linn-Mar School District. If your motive is to simply follow Iowa law, then you must have a policy. You only need 1 sentence. Keep your legal language simple. Linn-Mar schools shall follow Iowa code, including, but not limited to, Section 216.9, unfair discriminatory practices, education. Nothing else is required. A Linn-Mar rep stated the need to follow legal direction from your school attorney. There's 2 really good reasons your school attorney wants these policies. Either Linn-Mar is operating outside of Iowa code and therefore your attorney wants these policies for legal protection to be adopted. Or number 2, Linn-Mar intends to operate outside of Iowa code and therefore needs legal protection with these policies. Iowa code and Linn-Mar responsibilities as a board of directors give this board, and this is a quote, authority to enact policy and enforce with effective law. Voting for these policies will add 6 pages of legal law for your district, and that's a lot. I don't have time to lay out significant differences between Iowa law and what your policies state. Vote no because these Linn-Mar policies do and are intended to exceed Iowa law. If it is your intent as a board member to add to Iowa law and vote for this, I'm going to tell you need to vote no today and go back to the drawing board. Why? In your own policies, 2015, 2021, Linn-Mar responsibilities of the Board of Directors state, Linn-Mar Board of Directors shall support the democratic process. Board members' actions, verbal and nonverbal, reflect the attitude and beliefs of the school district. When adding controversial policy and law, one needs to be open and honest and transparent with their interactions, representing the interests of your constituents. Long prior to a vote, many meetings are necessary to work through the proposed policies. Vote no.
Good evening. I'd like to just start by thanking you for your time and for your service to our community. My name is Lindsey Sullivan. I'm a parent of 3 children in the district. I'd like to direct my comments specifically to the 5 board members that approved the initial reading of policy 504.13 and .13R. The oath of office you took for your position bonded you to defend the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of the state of Iowa. Do not take your leadership for granted. It is indeed a privilege, and may I remind you that you work for us. This community voted you in, and you represent our voices. We did not elect you to pay more attention to a special interest group with a national agenda, and we did not give you our vote so that you could represent the voices of GLSEN or for you to copy school board policies from the state of Illinois. You represent Linn-Mar community. It's time to bring back local control, and it's time for you to listen to our voices. Our children's innocence is not for sale. My main concern with this policy is that it would allow students to make a gender support plan that may or may not include parents. Never in 12 years have I ever been told as a parent to butt out. In fact, the very opposite happens on a weekly, if not daily basis. We are asked to volunteer and be involved. Nor have I ever received communication from a school that suggests that a strong education includes keeping secrets from home. From the very beginning, students are encouraged and told every day to share with their parents because we know that this is what's best. The hypocrisy of this proposed policy has no place in our schools. The ever-broadening reach of social work by our education system is overstepping its boundaries. This policy would not promote a healthy relationship between the school and the family. Quite simply, it is dangerous and a serious mistake. Our schools should focus on education and leave moral direction and social teachings to the family. Our children's innocence is not for sale. Social affirmation may be the accepted policy in the healthcare community, or the Marion Alliance for Racial Equity may think that they have a voice in deciding policy for our students, but we are here to tell you otherwise. The majority of this Linn-Mar community does not support the adoption of this policy. We do not give you the permission or the authority to perpetrate our children's safety and innocence. This policy does not reflect the overall community and views and beliefs of this Linn-Mar community. We demand that you strongly reconsider policy 504.13 and .13R. I'd like to end with a prayer. I pray that God's protection is over our children. Amen.
I'm sorry, I can't read your name. Are you
Bernard
Mr. Hayes?
Bernie Hayes.
Okay. Really quickly, next up after Mr. Hayes will be Craig Seeley, Kara Felber, Rebecca Bendixer, and Cindy Kettlecamp.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm Bernie Hayes. I do not live in the district. I've had a granddaughter who did attend school in the district a few years back. But I live in Cedar Rapids. You're my neighbors, and I am an elder at Norwich Park Church, and I believe that a righteous person, by the grace of God, should be a guide to their neighbor. That's why I'm here. When you look at this policy and the ramifications that it has, it is destructive. I grew up in Baltimore. I know where Johns Hopkins Hospital is. The gentleman that used to do surgeries for transgender people for 20 years stopped doing it. Why did he stop? Because in that community, their suicide rate was 20% higher than the rest of the community. There's something with this lifestyle that is destructive, okay? I give blood regularly. Every time you go, you fill out a questionnaire that says, have you done this? Have you done this? Have you had sex with another man? Why? Because that community is so promiscuous that the transmission of sexually transmitted diseases is out the window, off the roof. So we need to look at the reality of this lifestyle and not pretend that it's just like everybody else, because it's not. It sadly is not. It is destructive. In Virginia, as someone has already shared, a child was abused because a transgender person went into somebody's bathroom and decided to do that. They transferred that student to another school district, and they did it again. They did it again. They tried to hide it, and it came out in the news. Are we going to be responsible for that happening here? Who's going to take responsibility for that? If one child is abused, who's going to take responsibility for that? Okay? Yeah, silence, because we don't want to go there. Do not go down that road. Do not go down that road. Thank you.
Honorable School Board, thank you for this opportunity. There is a gigantic difference between discrimination and promotion, and that difference is a fine line. Every day when we get up, we take things for granted. The earth will still be here, our car will still be here, there'll still be gravity. In all of God's creation, there's parameters. Even the animal world, by instinct, stays within its parameters. They're there to protect us. Scripture is there to protect us. But we sometimes want to cross those parameters, and look how complicated things are now. We can't even know what to do with bathrooms. It's such a dilemma. So I want to give you 3 scriptures. Please go home, write them down. The first one is the first chapter of Romans, the second half. It tells you what God thinks of certain behaviors. To him, it is an abomination. 1 Corinthians 6, 9 through 11. It makes a list of many things that will keep you out of heaven. The 11th verse tells you how to solve this problem. 1 Corinthians 6, 9 through 11. And then Revelation 21, 8. It lists things that will keep you out of heaven. The last thing listed is lying. The first thing is being fearful. I couldn't believe it when I read it. But that's when God wants you to do something and makes it crystal clear. You're not to be fearful. You're supposed to be bold in the Lord. I spent 3 hours on the Linn-Mar website today. The last definition was transition. In children, adolescents, and adults, it is increasingly common for gender transition to be an ongoing process. What is that definition telling you? There's promotion going on. What is the reason? What's behind this all? I talk to old men, and they tell me things that really bother me. When they were little boys, their innocence and modesty was taken away by softcore and hardcore pornography and the divergence thereof. And they... Thank you.
Kara Felber.
Hi. As a teacher, I am proud to work in a district that puts the mental health of our students as a priority. I have been teaching at Linn-Mar for 26 years, and times have definitely changed during that time. But what has not changed is the fact that children who feel safe, valued, and cared about can focus on learning. I've heard many say that teachers just need to teach the academics. I can promise you this cannot happen when kids are in crisis. We've seen it time and time again. Their basic needs must be met. That's for all children. Students should be able to confide in trusted adults and feel loved and supported. They should know if they don't feel safe with having conversations in their home, they can get help. It isn't hopeless. I don't doubt many of you who are feeling upset tonight think you understand what's happening in our schools. It's easy to hear what is reported and believe in it. I ask you to come to school, talk to people, see what's happening. I heard so many rumors in the past few years about kitty litter boxes in our schools. That doesn't happen, but that's how rumors start. I have asked a staff member who's in charge of the complaints for the bathroom usage since 2016 if there have been any complaints from students or parents about specific problems with bathrooms or locker rooms. Not one complaint, from what I understand. It breaks my heart to hear and read the horrible things that are being said about children that you don't know. Generalizing and assuming gets us nowhere. This is a state law that Linn-Mar is writing a policy about, so you all can have the transparency you desire. Stop and think about it if it was your child. One thing I will promise, I will accept every child into my classroom family every year with love and acceptance. No questions asked. I think all teachers will do this. Just let us do our jobs. Thank you.
Okay, so next up we have Rebecca Bendixer, Cindy Kettlecamp, Stacia Bissell, and Shayla, who is a student.
My husband and I live in the Linn-Mar district. We are not in favor of the Linn-Mar School Board moving forward on the policy being discussed at tonight's meeting. As adults, we all have lived through the teen years and all that life entailed at that time. It was a confusing time with puberty setting in, hormones running amok, and our bodies changing. Albeit a normal state of development, this is not the age of life in which we make our best decisions when faced with temptations. Allowing gender-confused students who identify as the opposite sex to use the restrooms or be housed with other impressionable youth is a recipe for heartache. You, as board members, should not be making an already a complex time in the lives of kiddos even more complex by mixing biological males with biological females and vice versa. This can only end badly. If you think this won't bear significant ramifications for Linn-Mar, you are naive at best. If this measure passes, I can only assume that the school will eventually be held legally responsible for some extent when eventually a child is harmed. A good example of the ramifications of this policy lies in the now famous Loudoun County, Virginia School District. A teen went to use the restroom and was allegedly raped by a boy in a skirt. Not only that, but in an effort to cover their responsibility in this tragedy, the Loudoun County School Board simply transferred the student to a different school where he allegedly raped another teenage girl. 2 girls attacked. Be forewarned, this will end badly. Point 1 in section 202.2 of the Linn-Mar Code of Ethics under ideal boardsmanship, it states board members will always remember that the first and greatest concern must be the educational welfare of all students attending school. Frankly, this action doesn't qualify. Your job is to promote educational welfare and facilitate the quality learning that prepares our young people for adulthood. Furthermore, the Linn-Mar Board Policy on Anti-Discrimination in Section 104.1 says, further, the school board affirms the right of all students, staff, and volunteers to be treated with respect and to be protected from intimidation, discrimination, and physical harm and harassment. I believe that this proposed policy 50413 provides more rights to transgender students than all students as written in existing policy. So the 13-year-old girl that is sharing the same bathroom with a biological male and feels intimidated has no recourse. It seems like transgender rights supersedes the rights of others. No, this proposed policy is not good. It's overreaching. It's a wild distraction that has all the markings of adults taking the opportunity to spread destructive rhetoric and flow that rhetoric into the minds of already impressionable youth. You will be held accountable to more than just this community and the school district if this passes. There is one greater than you and the rest of us who stand before you. Vote well and vote no, please.
Cindy Kettlecamp.
I want to thank you. My name is Cindy Kettlecamp, and I put my name in for my friend Monica Stefik, who was not able to get here by 5 to sign up, so I'd like to yield my time to her, please.
Yielding talking time. Each individual has 3 minutes, but that's part of our policy that we don't transfer time between
don't
people.
transfer time.
I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, then I'm going to wing it. I've had 12 children come through at various times through the Linn-Mar district. Over the course of my years, I have had our own biological children, I have had foster children, and I have had adopted children come through. I think it is horrible and terrible when you read that the school is going to make plans with your student and not inform the parents for whatever reason. I think that's a bad idea. It would have been a bad idea 30 years ago. It's still a bad idea today. If you're looking for transparency, then transparency means forming that cooperation with the families and the students. I think that is a really, really bad idea, and it will bite us. And I think you have to take into consideration the feelings of all of the children, not just the minority, not just the majority. But I think we can think outside the box. We are really smart people. You guys are smart people. We can think outside the box on a lot of these issues if we put our minds to that and start to work on how we work together in fellowship, in peace, and in love for one another, seeing that we are all made in the image of God. We are wanting to provide a safe place for all of our children. And we do not see that keeping secrets is ever a good idea, and that trying to mix groups and individuals that do have differences is not a good idea. We never would have allowed boys and girls in the same bathrooms back 30 years ago or 20 years ago. And so I think that's a wrong idea. Now there's got to be some creative ways to solve those, and that's why you guys are here, is to create ways to solve those issues and not bring all of this drama and trauma to children and to parents and to our school system. We're better than this. We are better than this. So let's work together. Let's find good solutions. And for me, personally, they would be good solutions that are biblically based. We just really do. We're getting into trouble when we ask God to leave.
Okay. Next up, we have Stacia Bishel, Shayla, Paul Jones, and Joe Smith Brizery. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. So Stacia is next.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak and address the board. I appreciate the time. I come before you representing a family that has a transgender, has a gay, has a straight. We have white, we have Mexican, we have Samoan, and we have black. And I also serve your community through the driver education program. There is not a parent on my family side of any of those identities, nor of those races, nor in your community that I have met that would hand over their parental responsibilities for driver education to you. They also would not hand over their parental rights on gender issues to you. They also would not just freely offer to you for you to take away their rights during education. I found it ironic that I read this week that Randy Weingarten says parental rights bills are the way in which wars start. So I'm going to ask you guys to seriously, especially the 5, I'm going to assume you don't have children, because if you have children, I feel sorry for them. I would never want my mother or my father to give up their parental right on how they guide me. If there was an issue with me at school, what I would want them to do is engage you so you could engage them so we could work together to find out a solution. You guys are waging war on the very people who were in our womb before they were in your school. They were in our homes before they were in your school. I am pleading with you to not pass this bill because you will begin a war on parent rights. And I don't want to see that happen in the state of Iowa. I don't want to see that happen in Linn-Mar. Now, to every parent that is here listening to me and watching me, it is time to wage war. We are the parents of our children. We place them in position. We can remove them from position, or they can work with us. Please vote no.
Shayla?
Hello, my name is Shayla Comstock. I'm a 10th grade student at Linn-Mar. I want to talk about the policies 504.13 and 504.13R and why I think it is not a good idea. I don't feel comfortable knowing I could be in a locker room changing in front of a man. This new policy makes it easy for rape and sexual assault to happen in a school. This could happen with boys and girls, and this is bound to happen because there has already been sexual assault and everything else in our school without this policy. This is also very wrong because we aren't even adults yet, and parents need to know what is going on in schools to make sure that their kids are safe. If this gets passed, it will be a disaster at Linn-Mar. It is not the right way to do this, and I'm not comfortable at Linn-Mar anymore, as there are fights, sexual assault, and a few cases of rapes and threats going on already. Linn-Mar says we all have a word and we have people to talk to. That's not true. And they only believe you or stand up for you if you're a liberal or that the school let them sleep together without telling parents. How is Linn-Mar going to regulate who is doing that? Who is doing what? Especially in private places. Thank you for listening, and I hope you think about this policy.
Paul Jones, followed by Joe Smith, Brisery, Barrett, Hubbard, and Sutton. Is Paul Jones still here? Okay. Is Joe Smith Brisery in this room? About Barrett Hubbard in this room? Okay. When the other two come from the other room, here we go. Thank you.
Go on, folks, let's go.
Paul Jones, thank you.
Sorry, there's a delay. It was.
Oh, I totally understand.
Circling like usual. So I'm Paul Jones, and I'm here to just address the board. I'm a concerned citizen. There are many concerned people here tonight. We're hearing both sides, and I appreciate that. Concerned doesn't equal right or wrong. Concern means that we have concerns about the way things are going in our society, concerned about the way things are going in this community, and concerned with the way things are going with the education of our children. I come as a disciple of Jesus Christ. That's my main point tonight. And I come in love. I come in God's love. That's I don't hold anger. I don't hold a grudge. I want to represent my Lord well. And I come as a concerned parent, as a concerned grandparent. I have many children that I've watched through the years. I come as a biblical counselor. I counsel families that have had issues. They get off track. And when they get off track, as I work with these people, the solution always is that there's a fundamental sin going on in their life. It's just the reality of life. We get latched onto something, and it brings us into bondage to what's wrong, and you work them and get them back. And so I'm concerned because I work with people who get their life messed up. But I want to speak the truths that God has given us tonight. And maybe you don't know them. I don't know each one of you. I don't know what your level of knowledge is with what the Word of God brings to bear. And this is the Creator God. This isn't the small g God. This is the Creator God of the Bible. But my desire is that God would bless this school, that God would bless our community, and that everyone would be productive, that we would get along, that this would be a tight union. This is Iowa. I've lived my whole life here. I love Iowa. Even with the spring that we've had, I still love Iowa. This is a great place, and I choose to live here because of the community. But we have an issue going on, and so I want to bring just God's word before you, and that's all I ask, is that you would actually consider God's point of view, because whether we like it or not, we will all stand before him one day. And so, again, I don't know where you're at on it, but I just want to bring a few things. First is that what authority are our children to obey is the first thing. And Scripture is clear that in Ephesians 6:1, children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor your father and mother, which is the first commandment with a promise. That was it? Oh.
Joe Smith Bizzari. Thank you. Joe Smith will be followed by Barrett Hubbard, Sue Taylor, Karen Cloyd, and Andy Andreessen. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, Linn-Mar board and community members. My name is Joe Smith Bizzari, and I am here tonight on behalf of the Linn-Mar Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion community. I am also one of the City of Marion Civil Rights Commissioner. I am not here to speak on their behalf. My job is to secure that all of us have the freedom from being discriminated based on their color, disability, and gender identity, race, religion, sex, orientation. We should do our best to welcome and support each other at all the time. We should be open-minded. There are people who goes out of their ways to make sure that we are divided, telling us unless we are straight, white, and Christian, something is wrong with us. They are going to single us out and make us feel out of place. This is wrong. Tell me, do your research and find out exactly who is the CEO of Apple. And also, I am pretty sure that all of you watch the Kardashian show on TV. You can do your research. When I went to high school in Miami, I had a group of young men and girls that I hang with, and I had a next door neighbor, and sometimes he would come and hang with us. And one of the boys that I hang with, when they come out and say, hey, do you know that your friend is gay? I said, no, he never told me. Days later, he came back and told me, hey, you know, this guy is going to do some things to you. And we just ignore him because we actually didn't feel any of such ways that he make us feel uncomfortable. And throughout the entire 4 years, we never worked them out. At work, I am the lead of the Black African American group. I am a member of several different groups. The women's group, as you can see, I am not a woman. I am also part of the military and veteran group. I have never served in the military. I am also supporting the pride group at work. As you can see, I am not an LGBT guy. So, thank you, Linn-Mar, do the right job.
Barrett Hubbard.
Thank you for your time tonight to speak to you in the community. My name is Barrett Hubbard, and I'm a concerned citizen and also a candidate for the State House of Representatives, District 80, which would represent Northeast Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and Robbins. As a father of 3 school-aged daughters, I cannot sit idly by while a school board enacts a dangerous policy such as 50413 and 50413-R, which will allow boys into girls' bathrooms, locker rooms, and hotel rooms on school-sponsored trips. This policy will put our children in danger, and that includes all children, not just my daughters. Multiple Linn-Mar school board members are on record as saying this policy change will just bring the school district into compliance with state and federal law. However, Iowa Code 216.9 says nothing about allowing boys, girls, to use girls' bathrooms, locker rooms, and to stay in the same hotel room. What it does say is that discrimination based upon sex, race, nationality, religion, etc., or gender identity is against the law. So if we are going to be consistent in our application of Iowa code, then providing separate bathrooms for boys and girls would also be against the law. But that's not what this is about. This is about and the LGBT group being used as a particular victim class by far-left activists to further an agenda which introduces divisions among students, staff, and the community. I ask the board to vote no on the implementation of proposed policy 50413 and 50413-R until proper arrangements can be made for those that the policy impacts. One solution could potentially be to provide non-gender specific bathrooms and locker rooms on school property. These bathrooms could be used by any student that does not feel comfortable using a gender-specific bathroom, but the gender-specific bathrooms and locker rooms would be reserved for the biological sex of those individuals as God created them. This solution will protect all students from predators and bullies who would see an opportunity and take advantage for their own gratification. I leave you with this real-world example. Last year, the Loudoun County School Board in Virginia enacted a similar policy to what you are proposing now. And what happened was, a male student dressed in a skirt identifying as a girl entered the girls' bathroom and raped a female student. When it was brought to the attention of the administration and the school board, they did nothing except to transfer that student to another school within the district where he proceeded to commit the exact same crime. When the father of the first female student presented evidence of the rape before the school board, they denied all knowledge of the incident. We do not need to turn Marion, Iowa into Loudoun County, Virginia, because if this policy is enacted, this is not a question of if it will happen, but it is a question of when. Thank you.
Nickney.
I'm a former teacher in Linn-Mar. I also had 3 children who graduated from Linn-Mar, and I now have a grandson who is attending Linn-Mar schools. As a teacher, I believed in and was encouraged to practice a team model. The team consisted of the student, parent or guardian, and the teacher. We all worked together to maximize the student's education. If these new policies in question were and seemingly putting children in charge. For these reasons, and those I listed in my 2 emails to the board members, I urge you not to adopt these policies. The federal Title IX law does not include gender identity as a protected class, nor does the Iowa Civil Rights Act explicitly require school districts to adopt policy such as Linn-Mar is considering. If a change is needed, it should come through state or federal legislatures.
And I have 3 students in the Linn-Mar district, and I'm also a college instructor who's had the pleasure of teaching Linn-Mar students. Obviously, people in this room feel differently about this policy, but I just feel the need to remind everyone that disagreement does not mean discrimination. You know, disagreements aside, I think we can all agree that we want our children to be safe, and unfortunately, I think that there are a few points in this policy that make this difficult. Number 1, sharing intimate spaces like restrooms, locker rooms, and beds. How in the world are we going to keep both parties safe? And I say both parties. We are asking our kids to go to the bathroom, undress, shower, and possibly sleep next to the opposite sex, opposite biological sex. And all of this is to be done without incident. I think that's unrealistic. We are expecting our students to handle situations that many adults in this room would not be comfortable handling. My 14-year-old son has friends at Oak Ridge Middle School, and those boys have shared with me how they have felt when a girl transitioning into a boy entered the restroom as they were all using the urinals. They were completely mortified. So they did what they thought they should do, and they went to the principal, who said, "I can do nothing about it." We can do better than that, Linn-Mar. Number 2, lack of parental transparency. Over the years, you have asked us for input about our children, information that would help you be better teachers and understand our children better.
And likewise, teachers and counselors have let us know when our children are thriving or struggling. We've always worked together. And now, at a time when the U.S. Surgeon General has issued a warning that our youth are putting students and staff in a situation where they are pressured to use someone's preferred pronoun. This is a violation of freedom of speech and freedom of religion. This policy suggests that Linn-Mar is only concerned with the well-being, mental health, and desires of a few students. In fact, if I'm being generous, it's 2% at the high school. What about the 98%? I've heard people say that suicide rates, anxiety, mental health is on the increase. This includes the 98%. The issues in this policy are important, and I encourage you to vote no.
So we have Andy Anderson, followed by Blake Pickney, Jennifer Pratt, and Bill Wagner.
President Morey, members of the board, and Superintendent Biscard. Many years ago, I served 9 years sitting where you sit tonight. And I served with, I think, people that had good Midwestern values as I look back on those 9 years. And I think that all of you have good Midwestern Judeo-Christian values. Some of you believe that you're passing this proposal because of the state code and Title IX. I would suggest that one of your parents is a former state representative and currently is a United States Congresswoman. You ought to talk to her. I met with her and she doesn't agree with this policy. Here's some things about your policy. You say, when an issue arises, consult a parent when appropriate. When is it not appropriate? Then you say communication to the student and parent is key. Well, if it's key, how can the child and the student have the final say? Communication? Any student in 7th grade or older will have priority of their gender support plan form over their parent or guardian. Really? The student has the priority? Wow. The district and/or the building, you say, shall maintain a mandatory permanent student record that includes the student's legal name and legal gender. There are 2 genders, male and female. Some suggest that gender identity can change over time. How often can this gender form be changed? Daily? Gender identity has no meaning. We are male or female. You know, there's a prison in New Jersey, it has 800 women. Just a few weeks ago, 2 of those women were impregnated by 2 other women in the prison. There is no category of women that can impregnate a woman. That's a possible lawsuit in Linn-Mar. I believe your values, and more importantly, I believe that your values shape our policies. Madam President, if I were eligible to vote, I would stand, and a motion is made tonight, to approve this proposal. I would stand to say, Madam President, I move to amend the motion by inserting these words. The motion to approve is made solely out of fear of non-compliance and in no way is associated with any of the board's strongly held Judeo-Christian values.
Blake Pickney. While we're waiting for Blake, Jennifer Pratt, Bill Wagner, John Kruger, and Geraldine Jones are up on deck.
I want to thank you for this opportunity. I've been asked to read a few statements from those who couldn't be here or chose to be left anonymous. This comes from a student at Linn-Mar. I go to Linn-Mar and this is absolutely ridiculous. We should be going to school to learn, not to worry about this. I do not feel comfortable using and changing the bathroom of the opposite gender you identify as. We shouldn't even consider this. I will not be going to Linn-Mar if this passes. Linn-Mar, get your crap together. Another petition here, absolutely not. You're setting both Sex is up for problems, allegations, and lawsuits. This is from a Linn-Mar employee. The parents are the best advocates for their children. A district father. God's most precious gift to us, our children. As parents, we earn the title and the right to know what goes on. The value of family is torn apart with awful policies that eliminate parents from the equation. We are strongly against this policy and all it stands for. I also would like to pray for our children. And I also like to pray for you that the
We are in a mental health crisis, and you and the school board want to cut the parents out of the conversation with the children. You want to leave the decision up to 7th graders if they want to have their parents involved as they begin to identify as transgender. You are teaching children to hide in fear and allow them to carry heavy burdens and secrets. Parents aren't given an option to even have a discussion with their children in a neutralized safety with counselors available. We have to sign permission slips allowing the schools to administer ibuprofen and Tylenol, but parents can be in the dark and powerless to know what their child is going through and to offer love, support, and make counseling services available to them. The school can keep the student's name a secret in a temporary file. How is this helping children? How is this protecting them? I like to be in swimming suits because they are self-conscious, but you want to take a girl's body and put it in a boy's locker room because of the way that they identify, and vice versa. You don't see how this puts everyone at risk? You are sending out weekly newsletters notifying parents that any students physically or sexually assaulting staff, faculty, or administrators to be subjected to suspension or expulsion from TikTok challenges. But yet you want all these students to behave in the locker room. Will there be police standing presence? I cannot believe the arrogance that you have as a school board to think that the school can have this kind of power and divide families, and that the people who love, support, and would move mountains for their children to just stand by. I have taught my children from early on that if anyone asks them to keep a secret from their parents or threaten to harm their parents, to speak up and let me know immediately. I would never have guessed in a million years it would be coming from my children's school board. You are disgusting. Do the right thing and vote no.
Bill Wagner is up next, followed by John Kruger, Geraldine Jones, Ralph Kendrick, and Todd Olensorsi. And I again apologize if I'm mispronouncing your names. Go ahead.
I'm good, thank you. My name is Bill Wagner, and I'm reading for some people who wanted to share but wanted to be anonymous. So from a student, it's honestly sad that the school is considering this. Boys stay in the boys' bathroom and girls stay in the girls' bathroom. It makes me and many others uncomfortable. If someone of the opposite sex is allowed to come in just because they identify as a boy or a girl, if you were born a male, then use a boy's bathroom. If you were born a female, use a girl's bathroom. It's not that hard. From a district mother, I want the focus to be back on education and a safe environment for my children. And then from a district parent, since when does a minority group get to develop rules and policies without the majority having a say in it, and now it may pass? I always thought majority rules. The growing number of transgenders isn't because of awareness. It is the newest cool thing to do at school. This is a new way of getting attention instead of smoking joints in the bathroom. Social media is grooming our kids to say this is okay and this is how to get attention. Teachers are also grooming these youth and letting them be this way, saying it's okay instead of getting the parents involved and letting the parents parent their own child. Parents should have a say with what was going on with their child. If a child doesn't feel comfortable with their parents, they can go to another family member or friend, not the school. The schools are there for the kids to learn and to grow, not to parent children. Now, a majority of the kids in our schools must deal with decisions made from a minority group. They aren't comfortable with that, especially when they didn't get to have a say. I'm having a very hard time deciding on where to send my kids when they are in the middle school and high school. My tax money goes to Linn-Mar, and I live close to Linn-Mar High. But my kids will not feel safe changing in front of other kids, pretending to be the opposite sex so they can get a peep show. Also, the statistics show 1 in 4 children taken from the National Center for Victims of Crime are sexually molested by the time they are 18. What will stop a boy or a teacher pretending to be a transgender and going into a girl's locker room and rape? or what will stop a girl pretending to be a boy to have sex with her boyfriend in the boys' locker room. I would encourage you to vote no. I know that you're trying to do the right thing. Sometimes doing the right thing is a hard thing. And so I would encourage you to man up or woman up. Thank you.
John Kruger.
My name is John Krieger. I'm a parent in the district. First, I want to thank all the speakers who have already spoken, stealing most of my thunder. That's very, helps me feel like we're doing the right thing here. I need to apologize up front for coming off forceful, but I simply do not have a mellow response to child abuse. Tonight I'm asking you to do something you have not done yet on this topic. I'm asking you to be rational. I'm asking you to stop being the bullies, pushing your leftist religious indoctrination on our kids, and vote this policy down. You do not have to be religious to oppose this policy. You simply have to be rational. Be a mature adult and give this your unbiased, critical thought. There are two genders. There's two sexes. We've known this forever. There are abnormalities, but that applies to statistically 0 of the people this policy discusses. There have been no scientific discoveries, none, that suggest otherwise. All you have are experts of corrupted organizations with an angry mob standing behind them, telling us not to believe our lying eyes, not to believe rational science. You cannot change your gender. Gender, which forever has been synonymous with sex, male, female, is baked into you down to your bones and chromosomes. You can't lop off a body part, pop a hormone pill, and proclaim to be something you're not. It's offensive to us, and it's detrimental to those who do it. Gender dysphoria, by the way, a term never mentioned in this policy, proving its indoctrination, is a catastrophic mental condition, too often leading to suicide. 43% attempt it. Any rational, caring human should encourage behaviors that don't promote gender dysphoria. The stats are clear. A growing acceptance of gender dysphoria creates more gender dysphoria. This policy will lead to more gender dysphoria. This policy will tragically lead to more suicide. I'm telling you this tonight because I care. I don't want more of this. I want healthy, happy children. You cannot change what's going on in the culture outside these walls, but stop giving the drunk a drink. When children are in these walls, we shouldn't lie to them. The only thing this policy is inclusive about is how it is an equal opportunity victim creator. Everyone will become a victim to this policy. Women will be victimized. The policy leads to predators exploiting the new bathroom rules. You've heard enough about that. Linn-Mar will be victimized. This policy will lead to teachers leaving, students being pulled out, and one way or the other, Linn-Mar is going to lose funding. And it's going to be this policy that starts that. Wake up and open your eyes. You see what's going on in here tonight. Read the cultural tea leaves. Virginia, Disney, Netflix, Twitter, CNN+. We're done with your nonsense. Parents, responsible adults, anyone who hasn't bowed to your leftist altar, we're done being scared, and we're standing up tonight and saying enough is enough. Stop lying to yourself. Stop lying to our children. Start being rational.
Jones, followed by Ralph Kendrick, Todd Onosource, Mindy Walderbach, and Dana Teagan.
The name's Geraldine Jones. Some of you are in disbelief that this happens at Linn-Mar. I know for certain 3 students were touched inappropriately by a sub in the district, and the initial way to handle this was to remove the sub from the sub list. That's how Linn-Mar chose to handle this, for those who think this doesn't happen at Linn-Mar. Many of you just learned about that tonight, didn't you? Transparency is key, isn't it? That being said, when a student writes a paper that requires him or her to cite his sources, they have to cite all of their sources, correct? If a teacher finds something that's cited incorrectly, that student fails their whole paper. Last meeting, Matt suggested that we go line by line to ensure this policy is accurate before voting yes to the first reading. Rachel, who is actually a part of the policy committee, argued, why go line by line? We already paid our attorneys to do that. Did your attorneys go line by line through this policy or just a portion? Did the attorneys know that roughly 90% of this policy is plagiarized, copy and pasted with no original thought from several nonprofit organizations? Did your attorneys know that paragraphs 5 and 6 are taken from the Ann and Robert H. Laurie Children's Hospital in Chicago, where they ask you to contact them directly for permission before using their content? Did you want me to take you through the entire paragraphs? Because I've gone through every single paragraph by a simple search. When we asked where this policy came from, you said it's the law. It's the law. Several of you got defensive, but you pointed to no specific law. I've come to almost every single school board meeting over the last 2 years, and only 2 meetings produced this level of crowd. Once when you reinstated the COVID protocols, when a law was being challenged, and today. If I can assure you that they're not here to support the Newsella curricula that you're trying to sneak along with the policy reading that people are distracted by right now. Parliamentary procedures, correct? Look at the Newsella, parents, look at Newsella, look into it, please. That's next. Let me remind you, you are elected by the people sitting in this audience. You represent us. You'll approve any funding opportunity or bow to government ultimatums, even if it puts our children's health and safety at risk. You did it with the COVID protocols, and now you're doing it with this policy. Policy 202.2, ideal boardsmanship. Number 6, consider all decisions drawing upon the facts, the available facts and independent judgment, and make all decisions based on the best interest of students and the district. The students are children. In law, a parent is responsible for that child, and we make up the district.
Ralph Kendrick is next, followed by Ton Onosaurus, Mindy Walderbach, Dana Teagan, and then Danielle Teagan.
Thank you. 504.13 and 13R should be tabled by this board because the policies, number 1, contort legal definitions to hide student educational records from parents. Number 2, they reflect Illinois law rather than Iowa law. Number 3, they were not reviewed in their entirety by legal professionals. Let's start with a twisting of legal definition of the phrase counselor notes as used in the policy. The law does allow for the protection of counselor's notes when the notes remain in the sole possession of the author and the author does not share them verbally or in writing with other individuals. The policy asserts that a student's gender support plan is protected from parental inquiry by classifying the plan as counselor's notes. By the policy's own admission, however, the notes are shared between the counselor and the secretary. The plan addresses how teachers will share gender data about the student with parents. In order to implement the plan, counselors must share data from the plan with teachers. Therefore, the gender plans cannot be considered as counselor's notes protected from parental purview because the counselor does not remain as the sole owner of the documents or the content therein. Any gender identity data contained in gender support plans should therefore be provided to parents under their rights through the FERPA law. This policy illegally infringes on parents' rights through definitional contortions. Significant portions of this policy were copied word for word from 2 nonprofit organizations in Illinois. The source of the plagiarism is important because requirements for gender support plans are listed in the 2020 Illinois State Board of Education Guidance Manual. There are no references to or requirements for gender support plans in Iowa law. The policy also indicates the gender support plan will be maintained in the student's temporary records. Again, we find discrepancies between Iowa and Illinois law. Illinois Administrative Code 375.10 defines temporary records, while Iowa Administrative Code 281-12 has no definition of temporary records. Therefore, the phrase temporary records has no legal meaning or enforcement in the state of Iowa. In the last board meeting, it was stated that the majority of the policy was not reviewed by an attorney. The fact is confirmed by the support service representative's comments when she stated the only part that our attorneys reviewed was the overnight trips. Are you so confident in the legality of this policy that you are willing to put your own houses, vehicles, the very livelihood of your families online in support of them? Because at the end of the day, when something happens as a result of this policy, you are the ones legally responsible for the damage that it will cause. Thank you.
We have Todd Onesource, I'm sorry, I keep mispronouncing your name, I apologize. Followed by Mindy Walderbach, Dana Teagan, Danielle Teagan, Tracy Berta. Go ahead, thank you.
Kind of summing up from the last few people, kind of from the last board meeting, kind of the policies of the 504.13 and 13R, strictly Linn-Mar policies, not reflected of the state legislature, despite claims from several on the board reflecting the law. In truth, 80% is noted. It was copied from nonprofit with very specific agenda, no legal making authority. While some in law reflected in the policies, it often reflects more the Illinois law rather than Iowa law. As the discussion and was noted previously, that going line by line and saying that the lawyers had looked at it, but they had not really looked at the policy. It's kind of shocking that a policy that's going to affect so many has not been reviewed completely at the time and when the vote was taken. And is noted too, that is every oath that was taken, and each individual should be looking at this for themselves, along with the attorneys, because you are accountable. Finally, basically, several members felt compelled to pass a policy to reflect the procedures that the school had been following for the last 5 years. Really seems to have things kind of reversed. The superintendent implements the policies the school board establishes, not the other way around. If the superintendent had been following the procedures that don't accurately reflect the law, it's a responsibility of the board to set that straight. And really for you guys to really review this tonight, and I think all the support here should show that. Thank you.
Mindy Walderbach.
My name is Mindy Walderbach. I have 3 children in the district. I'm here to speak about 504.13, obviously. A petition was started April 12th. Last time I checked, we had 3,547 signatures opposing these policies. Of those, about 2,500 are from our local community of Cedar Rapids, Marion, Robbins, and Hiawatha. That result alone should be enough for you guys to vote no. We are not okay with this. I was concerned because you guys said this policy is being followed for 5 to 6 years. So I reached out to an attorney. I'm going to turn my back to you because I'm going to speak to you guys now. This is what the attorney told me. He started by saying there's a lot of issues still being litigated, and many of your questions are don't have legal answers. There's a kernel of truth to what the board says when they claim their hands are tied. It is true that the current Department of Education is trying to push biological males into women's restrooms. The push only began in 2021, not 2016, after Biden took office. Under the previous administration, these policies were opposed, so I don't know where their 5 to 6 year figure is coming from. This is from an attorney in Des Moines, Iowa. The current Department of Education has redefined sex in Title VI. I'm going to skip because I'm going to hit my 3 minutes. The section referenced about maintaining separate facilities was not necessarily alter this because it merely allows a school to keep separate facilities based on gender identity instead of biological sex. However, I disagree. They are required to keep student records from the parents based on FERPA. FERPA requires disclosure of student records to the student's parents. In my mind, in an attorney's mind out of Des Moines, Iowa, it is unethical that schools are trying to hide behind FERPA as an excuse to hide things from parents. These people are doing this to us. In my view, in the attorney's view, they are twisting FERPA just to keep parents in the dark. Students have a right to privacy from third parties, but they do not historically have right to privacy from their own parents. The Linn-Mar School Board should also know, this is from the attorney, I've sent this to you guys. The Linn-Mar School Board should also know that these policies can be dangerous. As you probably heard, in Virginia, there was recently a sexual assault by a biological male against a female in a school restroom. The board can face prosecution if this happens in our school. And they will. The gentleman that I talked to on the phone said it's not a matter of if it's gonna happen, it's when it happens. And when it happens, you will be held responsible for irreversible damage that you are doing to our children. So if anybody is interested in flipping this board, come see me in the parking lot.
Dana Teagan, followed by Danielle Teagan, Tracy Berta, Chelsea Newton, and Amanda Pierce Snyder. Go
My
ahead.
name is Dana Teigen.
Oh, I'm
I am
sorry.
a parent of a Linn-Mar student. I've had 3 students in this district. This board is making it clear that they are discriminating against biological male and biological female students. And the duty of the school board is best, you're supposed to do what's best for all of the students in the district. Let's start with the title of this policy. Administrative regulations regarding transgender and students non-conforming to gender role stereotypes. Right there, you are pinning one group. The first line of the policy reads, the Iowa Civil Rights Act, Iowa Code Section 216.9, and Title IX protect transgender students from sex and gender discrimination. Iowa Code states, 2169, it is unfair or discriminatory practice for any educational institution to discriminate on the basis of race, creed, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, national origin, religion, or disability in any program or activity. This law does not say it is specifically for transgender students. This law protects all of the students, all of them. I want to remind you that these are children we're talking about. Children. Under the age of 18, us parents are here for the children. Going on, the policy goes on to address physical education and athletics. Again, the law, let's follow the law. Per the policy, all students shall be permitted to participate in physical education classes, intramural sports, clubs, and school events in a manner consistent with their gender identity. March 3rd, 2022, Governor Reynolds signs HF 2416 into law. This states, an interscholastic athletic team, sport, or athletic event that is sponsored or sanctioned by an educational institution or organization must be designated as one of the following based on the sex at birth of the participating students. Male, women, girls is number 1. Number 2, males, men, or boys. Number 3, coeducational or mixed. Only female students based on their sex at birth may participate in any team sport or athletic event designated as being for females, women, or girls. I was a female athlete. You cannot go in and say this is law when it directly contradicts the law. Vote no.
Danielle?
My name is Danielle. I am Linn-Mar alumni, and I am speaking on behalf of a student. In March, Linn-Mar students participated in a band trip to Florida. As part of this trip, students spent 4 nights in a hotel many miles from home. The policies for this trip were distributed to parents in writing and reviewed by a band director at a February informational meeting. The written policy states that students of opposing genders will not be allowed in the same hotel room. This point was verbally reaffirmed by a band director at the informational meeting. Students were allowed to select their roommates for the trip, usually 4 to a room by a certain timeline. Once the timeline expired, students were assigned rooms by the school district. In at least one instance, students of opposing biological genders were assigned to the same hotel room by someone in the district. The hotel rooms included 2 queen-size beds, setting up the scenario for a biological boy and a biological girl to sleep in the same bed without any parental supervision. The students whose gender expression matched their biology found out their room assignment when the list was published. According to the proposed policy, the student that identified as being trans or non-binary would have had the opportunity to choose roommates with whom they felt comfortable with prior to the list being published. This is a blatant example of students not being treated equally because of this policy. The student whose gender expression matched their biology was very uncomfortable with the situation, but felt as though they would be called homophobic or transphobic if they expressed discomfort after the room assignments were made. When the policies outlined in 504.13R are implemented, the bullying situation gets worse, not better. In these complex times, we must remember that all students have rights. In a rush to affirm one group of students, we must not lose sight of the fact that in doing so, we may put another group of students in situations that violate their civil rights under the Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. To me, this policy seems to be rushed, and I find the timing to be highly suspicious, given its close proximity to the ban trip. This policy needs to be rewritten from scratch. I urge you to table this version and start over. Thank you.
Tracy Berta, followed by Chelsea Newton, Amanda Pierce Snyder, and then Ori with an R and ends with an H. I apologize, I can't read the middle. And then Reverend Gary Sneller.
I have been a parent in this district for the past 21 years, with 5 children, 4 being Linn-Mar graduates, and a freshman daughter. I personally know some of you on the board, and you know our family. Our reputation has been as an advocate for children and a partner with teachers and administration. Speaking as a caring and involved parent, I want every child to be physically safe and to feel safe and comfortable at school, free to learn and grow. I'm addressing real safety concerns with this board policy. This policy allows biological males to freely enter and use restrooms, locker rooms, and bedrooms of biological females. What are the safety procedures you have implemented before thinking to vote tonight? What safety procedures have you implemented if this passes for tomorrow? For tomorrow. Yes, Tuesday. How are you going to protect my 15-year-old, 5-foot, 90-pound daughter? Have you hired monitors for the bathrooms and locker rooms? Have you installed private locked changing stalls? Have you put into place any safeguards at all that would protect students from entering facilities of the opposite sex with the purpose to secretly take nude photos? Have you even thought of that? There is no provision in this policy to screen out sexual predators from accessing female facilities. And if a biological female who is a transgendered boy uses a biological men's room, what are the procedures that would protect that child from assault? Or someone said bullying. We have heard all the arguments that this will never happen. This will never happen. But when theory was put into practice in Loudoun County last year, 2 teenage girls were sodomized by a 14-year-old male wearing a skirt. So yes, this can happen, and I'm asking you tonight what you have proactively done to safeguard our children. What safeguards are in place? Or are you just waiting to see if anything happens, like what happened then, and then just deal with it after the fact, instead of preventing it, leaving parents to pick up the pieces of broken children? Have you taken the time to read the comments by students on the petition opposing this policy? I had several to read tonight too, but a lot of other people have already stolen my thunder as well too. But I would suggest that you do that you would read the comments and take into consideration the feelings of all students, because we want all students to feel safe. So I'm urging you to either vote no tonight or please table it. Table this.
Hello, Chelsea Newton, mother of 3. I would like to start off by reading some comments from your district. a district parent. My child was adopted after being sexually abused by an orphanage. If male body parts were to be seen in my child's presence intentionally or accidentally, it would be detrimental. A district grandparent. Remember, these are children. They can't make good decisions in general for their own personal education. Why are you going to let them make decisions that will affect others? A petition response. This puts all children at a much greater risk for sexual violence, harassment, and assault. Petition response. Protect all students, ensuring all students are comfortable and safe at school. Student in the district. This makes others uncomfortable and puts them at a risk. Another student in the district. I don't feel comfortable using the same restroom as the opposite gender. Every student deserves privacy. Petition response. Completely unacceptable and unsafe. Biological girls should have their safe spaces. This violates their rights. Petition response. I don't agree that a male nor female God-given sex identity should be allowed in the opposite sex bathroom or locker room. You are setting up kids to be harmed or raped. You, as a school, are supposed to be protecting the children and not putting them in harm's way. Sexual abuse, sexual violence, harassment, assault, uncomfortable, risk, privacy concerns, unsafe, violation of rights, rape, harm's way. These are also the feelings within your district that you admittedly failed to survey. In a recent survey conducted by Linn-Mar on its students, 33% do not feel physically safe at school. And of that 33%, 67% are female. Do you, Linn-Mar school board members, believe that implementing this policy would result in more students feeling safe from violence, harm, and physical attacks at school? School safety plays a crucial role in our children's youth and development and academic success. Is this your answer when you truly consider all students? Transgender or not, the nature of predatory criminals is that they will find loopholes, specifically on loosened laws and policies, so they can prey on defenseless people and children with ease. I am requesting that you vote no, and if you cannot do that, that this policy be tabled until a new policy is drafted that will address adequate safety for all students. If this board does end up adopting this policy, be prepared to assume any liable responsibility if a children is placed into harm's way on school grounds.
Followed by Corey Rush, Reverend Gary Sneller, Danny Callis, and then Alexis Newport. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Amanda Pierce-Snyder, and I have 2 children in the district. I am going to read some statements from Linn-Mar High School students. This one is from a female who is a junior. To say that I am terrified would be an understatement. If this policy passes, I am leaving Linn-Mar. A female freshman. I am not comfortable with boys in the locker room looking at me. Female sophomore. In our current world, allowing high school and middle school students to use any bathroom they want is not only risky, but flat out stupid. Please do not be the reason I get sexually assaulted in a place that is supposed to be safe. Female freshman. If Linn-Mar moves forward with this policy, I won't feel safe anymore. Please consider other options than the current one. Sophomore male. I'm afraid that if I open my mouth at all, these people will jump me, so I stay quiet. The truth is, I feel some guys are going to take advantage of this and rape some girls or something. And that's worse than using a single stall bathroom. Female senior. I heard some guys talking in the hall. They were saying some really messed up stuff about what they would do if this passes. They said if a girl comes into the locker room identifying as a boy, they will check down there and have to feel it out. They also said they are going to go into the girls' locker room to see some boobs. Some comments made tonight may feel like an attack on certain students, but that is not our intent. We are not against any student, period. We want a safe and respectable environment for all students. And clearly from the comments I just read, this policy will not make students feel safe, nor will it have the outcome anyone wants. We are not okay with violence of any kind against anyone. You are children, and you are not mature enough to make certain decisions, but you can make the decision to be kind to others, to respect others, and to speak up when you see something that's not right. I ask the board to please vote no on these policies and focus on creating a safer environment for all children.
Also, every parent that has and will speak out against these two policies tonight are also against implementing Newsla software that is on the agenda for tonight. We are against anything that is skirting around House File 802, which makes it illegal to teach CRT in schools. It doesn't matter if you change specific words, we all know what it is. Thank you.
Corey? Sorry.
My name's Corey Ruley. I'm a parent of two students who come to Linn-Mar here. Overall, I guess a lot of parents feel blindsided by what's coming on, and part of it is our lack of involvement from the beginning in our child's education. This was something that apparently has been brewing for a while, and it's just now coming to our attention. So, frankly, thank you very much for codifying the policy so people can become involved. As I said in the other room, I'm actually rather pleased by the substantive debate and the mutual respect that seems to be going in both directions. Linn-Mar in and of itself should be applauded for what I have seen gone on here tonight. While there's dissenting opinions in both directions, I've seen nothing short of respect so far. So kudos to everybody involved in this. What I want to talk about, I guess, is mostly focus on the fact of fear. I am fearful standing in front of you right here. This is not a conversation that I really wanted to have, be brought into, or felt the need that I'd ever have to have. I'm not particularly interested in local politics, and that's probably a fault of my own. But what I am finding out is that while I've had conversations after this has popped up and been brought to attention, is there are untold number of parents that are afraid to speak up about this. And they have had conversations with their children who are afraid to speak up about this. Now, as we talk about the safety of our children, we do, as many have said tonight, need to talk about the safety of all children. And if for some reason they do not feel safe speaking out for what they feel is their safety, then there is a definite concern.
Reverend Gary Sneller, followed by Danny Callis, Alexis Newport, Abigail Dvorsky, and then Claire Amors.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Gary Sneller. I am a taxpayer and voter in the Linn-Mar School District, father of two daughters who graduated proudly from Linn-Mar High School, and co-leader of a local faith coalition, Stand in Unity. And I am here tonight to talk about policies 50413, 50413R. Thank you for your patience tonight. I'm here to talk about these policies as a father, as a grandfather, as a person of Christian faith, but most importantly, as a passionate supporter of public education in an open, free, and pluralistic society. Now, as you have heard, some people have characterized these policies as evil, as dangerous, as disrespectful, sacrificing the mental health and personal safety of the majority of Linn-Mar students, catering to what some have described as the bogus demands of a very small minority of transgender, gender non-conforming students. Now, I am not a medical doctor. I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist. I'm not an attorney or a sociologist or educator, but I have been a pastor for over 40 years, and I have worked closely as a spiritual advisor with numerous individuals, children and adults, and their families as they agonized and struggled to make sense emotionally, spiritually, and relationally with issues of sexuality and sexual identity. These issues of sexuality and sexual identity are not bogus. They are not some artificial creation by lies and disinformation or indoctrination. They arise from the complex nature of human life and relationships. And families and churches and schools and society as a whole can choose to deny and dismiss and ignore the truth about the complex nature of human life and human relationships, or we can find helpful and healthy ways to address and negotiate these complexities of human life and relationship in an open and free and pluralistic society. I'm convinced that these policies are an important step in helping Linn-Mar students and parents and teachers and staff address and negotiate not only the very real, legitimate needs of LGBTQ plus students, but all students.
Danny Callis.
Hello everyone, I am Danny, my pronouns are they, them, and I am the president of Spectrum, Linn-Mar High School's Gay Straight Alliance, and I will be addressing both the members of the board and of the audience. Let me start off by saying there are far more than two genders. There are not only biological male and female, but there are intersex people. The Mayo Clinic and many other top-level sources will agree with me that gender identity and biological sex are very different things, and gender identity can be a very fluid thing. If religion is your reason of wanting to stop people from using their preferred bathrooms, then just send your children to a religious school. Separation of church and state exists and needs to remain enforced. Linn-Mar is a public school that keeps religion out of policies, as there are many religions throughout the community. As far as rooming, it is very situational, but imagine this scenario. A transgender student has been on estrogen for over a year and is forced to room with men. She instantly faces threats of sexual assault or harassment and of just feeling incredibly uncomfortable. I understand that sexual assault is a concern, but in actuality, it shouldn't be. Very few trans people sexually assault people in public bathrooms, and in fact are more likely than their non-transgender counterparts to be sexually assaulted in bathrooms just by using the bathroom that they are more comfortable using. They just want to use the bathroom. At school, they barely have enough time to even use the toilet, let alone sexually harass people. By not allowing people the right to use the bathroom they wish to, you are breaking HIPAA laws and Iowa laws. Locker rooms have no camera policies. You cannot have a camera, and they are supervised. The Iowa law I am mentioning says, refusal or denial of any accommodations, advantages, facilities, services, or privileges on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity, or any discrimination in providing such services is prohibited. Not only that, but going about stopping transgender students from using their preferred bathrooms or rooming with who they want is impossible. You legally are not allowed to force students to disclose their medical information, including their biological sex, after age 12 due to HIPAA laws. People like the members of this audience who don't have a problem with abusing transgender people are the reason this policy needs to exist. Transgender people are over 2 times as likely to consider attempting suicide. This is because of these abusers, and these abusers often are the transgender students' own parents. By not informing parents, you are allowing students to be in a comfortable environment at school without risking being kicked out of their homes or punished or even harmed by their own parents. Thank you.
Alexis Newport, followed by Abigail Dvorsky, Claire Amores, Jesse Snyder, and Joe Pearson.
Hello, my name is Alexis Newport. I'm a senior at Linn-Mar High School, and I'm here to speak on Policy 504.13. I, as a student as well as a member of the LGBT community, was alarmed at the statements shared at the last board meeting regarding this policy. Today, I'd like to refute some of the common claims made as well as advocate for this policy. The first claim I'd like to address is that of transgender people and their relationship with mental illness. While gender dysphoria is considered a mental illness under the DSM-5, the treatment options provided are not that of mental health treatments. The Mayo Clinic states that the treatment options include changes in gender expression and role, which might involve dressing and behaving in a manner unlike the one that they are assigned at birth. In addition, other treatments include medical transition like hormones and surgery. Nowhere does the Mayo Clinic suggest that treatment options for gender dysphoria include anything other than gender affirmation, which this policy intends on providing to trans students. As a population more prone to mental health issues, we must provide transgender people with the affirming care that they need. Cleveland Clinic goes further to explain that the cause or the mental health issues that some transgender individuals face, stating that some trans individuals don't experience mental health issues at all. Others have mental health issues that aren't related to being transgender, but for some, mental health and transgender identities are related. Generally, this isn't due to being transgender, but due to the social stigma that exists. Furthermore, among transgender adults, almost half report being verbally harassed in the last year, and 1 in 10 are physically attacked or sexually assaulted in a given year. In addition, bullying, discrimination, harassment, and prejudice are commonplace. The Cleveland Clinic points towards the cause of mental health issues that trans people face, not at their identity, but towards other people's reactions towards their identity. Speaking out falsehoods against trans individuals is not helping them, rather preventing them from receiving the care that they need. The next claim I will address is allowing trans women into bathrooms will put cisgender women at risk. This claim puts trans people, specifically trans women, in predatory roles. However, this couldn't be farther from the case. According to an article by Harvard Law, transgender and gender non-binary teens face a greater risk of sexual assault in schools that prevent them from using the bathrooms or locker rooms consistent with their gender identity, according to a recent study. Moreover, researchers looked at data from a survey of nearly 3,700 U.S. teens aged 13 to 17. The study found that 36% of transgender or gender non-binary teens with restricted bathroom or locker room access report being sexually assaulted in the last 12 months. Transgender individuals, when denied the opportunity to use the bathroom or locker room of the facilities that correspond with their gender, are more likely to get assaulted. By denying transgender people that opportunity, others are not being protected, rather transgender individuals are being put farther into harm's way. In addition, there is no support for the fact that transgender people are more likely to commit predatory acts. According to the Journal of Criminology report, Policy and Practice on website Emerald Insight, more research is required to develop a typology of transgender individuals and sex offenders and their development articular risk instruments, meaning they have no statistical data or study to make any basis on the relationship between transgender identities and sexual offenses. The claims that transgender individuals are predatory in bathrooms and locker rooms is backed by no studies and absolutely no data. The attacks on this policy are not only unfounded but inaccurate. Thank you so much.
Abigail Dvorsky, followed by Claire Amores, Jesse Snyder, Joe Pearson, and Kat Power.
Hello. I'm here to speak about the proposed policies regarding trans students, specifically the one regarding gender support plans. First of all, a student has the right to tell who they want that they are trans. They're not obligated to share this with anyone because in some cases, this can cause them to be put in potentially dangerous situations, even if it involves their own parents. According to an article published by the UCLA School of Law, transgender people in America are 4 times as likely to be a victim of a violent crime than cisgender people. And unfortunately, some students do not have the privilege of feeling as safe at home as it is. And if they are trans, they might fear retaliation from their parents if they come out to them. Implementing a gender support plan at school that the parents don't have to know about can help trans students who don't feel safe at school feel more comfortable. Can help trans students who don't feel safe at home feel more comfortable and safe at school. Acceptance like this helps reduce the rate of trans suicide, which is incredibly high at 41%. 41%. That is incredibly high. Should not be that high. Now, I want to briefly touch on some comments that have been made since the first reading of these policies, specifically on the petition against the proposed policies. One person said, quote, "These communist pantyways need to be stopped. Transgenders are mentally ill. You don't play into delusions. You need to get them treatment up to and including a lobotomy, although 41% of the ones who go down this path do cure the problem themselves." End quote. I should not have to explain why this is a despicable and disgusting comment to make, full stop. Lobotomies, there's a reason why lobotomies were stopped in the first place. And the 41% comment is indirectly advocating for trans people to commit suicide. Disgusting. And no, that comment should never be made. Also, trans people are not trans because they're mentally ill. Their brains are physically different from the brain of a cisgender person who is assigned the same gender at birth as them. Trans people are mentally ill because of the way we are treated in society. And I say we because I fall under the trans umbrella. And the amount of times us trans students hear people spewing bigotry and vitriolic hatred against trans people in the halls, or the amount of times we've been called slurs, or the amount of times we've been afraid for our own safety just because we're trans is too many. We're scared for our safety in school. That's when a line has been crossed. That's why I advocate for this policy, because it makes me feel safer. Thank you for your time tonight. Do better, Linn-Mar.
Go ahead.
So as a trans student at Linn-Mar, who came out earlier this year, towards the beginning of the school year, it's been a challenging and difficult year to try and navigate how to be safe as a trans person, how to have a place in society as a trans person when so many people think I should not be there. And there have been events this year that have made it much more difficult. However, one thing that has always made it so much better is our school administration and our school board standing by us no matter what. And I just wanted to say thank you for everyone who has stood by us to help keep all of your students at this school safe. And I ask you to continue to do this in the future. Thank you.
I have lost track of all the names that I've read, so if you could tell me who you are so I can get back to my list.
Jesse Snyder.
Jesse Snyder. I was actually right. Okay, thank you. Following Jesse will be Joe Pearson, Kat Power, Brad Ahern, Dan Zenzi, and Jared Staton. Again, if I'm mispronouncing your name, I apologize. Go ahead, Jesse.
It has been proven even tonight that this policy does not follow law. It follows third-party websites with clear agendas. To be in compliance with the law, you can easily implement more gender-neutral facilities and make all students feel safe. There are facilities currently not being fully utilized at the high school that could be repurposed or expanded upon. In addition to expanding gender-neutral facilities, there needs to be updates done to current restrooms to make them more private and secure for all students. Rather than building all of these new things you have planned, I suggest that you reallocate funds and reprioritize this to ensure the safety of all of our students and make that your #1 priority. You have the money, you're just not wanting to use it for this. If you implement this policy, you better also be thinking about the ramifications that will happen of such a policy. Many parents have laid out scenarios that they are concerned about. You as a board, are you as a board ready to defend every line of this policy in the court of law when the safety of a child is called into question? Because I promise you, they will hold you accountable. Are you ready to deal with the loss of funding in the midst of an already strained budget by the further decline of enrollment because parents have pulled their kids out of the district because they do not feel safe sending them here? The schools surrounding the Linn-Mar district have record open enrollment for next year. Those students have got to come from somewhere. They don't just magically appear. Are you ready to deal with the loss of staff because of this policy because they do not agree with it? What are you going to do when a staff member refuses to enforce this policy because of a religious belief? Fire them? I strongly advise against that because there have been many cases already in this country that has found that to be wrongful termination and has impacted the district financially. A parent in this district already has written an 18-page document that lists policy violations along with state, federal, and international laws that Linn-Mar has broken. It is readily available to pass on to any parent who is prepared to take this on from a legal standpoint. This policy is being rushed, and the cost will be of significant financial impact to the district that I don't think you fully thought through. This policy will only endanger all of the students rather than make them feel safe. And when you endanger students, there are consequences you need to be ready for. Every student should feel safe, and this policy is not the way to make that happen. Your whole reasoning of, we're doing this to be more transparent, is honestly, it's a load of crap. This district has been caught before keeping secrets and keeping information from coming to the light of day. Vote no.
Joe Pearson.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Joe Pearson.
I'm the mother of a teacher in the district and the grandmother of a student, and I work with the Marion Alliance for Racial Equity. For the past 2 weeks, competing petitions have been presented on the website change.org. We created our petition in response to one posted by Mindy Walderbach, who is opposed to approving the policy supporting transgender and gender non-conforming students. Here is the last paragraph in Ms. Walderbach's petition. We all need to fight together.
Everyone has their chance at the microphone. No one is going to be interrupted. And it simply states that everyone is responsible for their own remarks. Please refrain from saying her name until after tonight. Please continue.
Here's the last paragraph in the opponent's petition. We all need to fight together to protect all students, ensuring all students are comfortable and safe at school. The families of Linn-Mar need your voice. Here is the last paragraph in our petition supporting approval of the policies. We must protect all students, ensuring all students are comfortable and safe at school. The families of Linn-Mar need your voice. I hope you find it as interesting as I did that these sentences are virtually identical, that our goals are the same, that both sides are fighting for the same just cause. Quote, ensuring that all students are comfortable and safe at school, end quote. The policies on which you'll vote tonight are the best way to achieve this goal for everyone. While those students whose gender identity matches their sex assigned at birth are lucky enough to have options and the facility to blend in, transgender students and gender non-conforming students have built-in struggles and much more constrained and limited options. I'd like to share a few of the comments from our petition. Elizabeth, all students should expect to receive a proper education. It is the goal of Linn-Mar to provide for and make this education happen safely. Gary, it is the right thing to do. This policy is based on what the law actually says and on current school district practices and does not pose a threat to the safety or well-being of non-trans students. All students have rights. Leanne, as a pastor, I understand that anti-transgender policies are often based on a misapplication of scripture as well as faulty science. I want all students to feel safe and supported in their learning environment and for all students to learn about and appreciate diversity. Kara, this is not something new. It is already put in place and is the law. The reality of what is actually happening versus what parents who have never stepped foot inside the school believe are two different things. Support kids where they are. Stop the hate. Angelica, trans students have a right to public education in a safe environment and to present themselves authentically without fear of discrimination, bullying, or worse. I applaud Linn-Mar for seeking to uphold these rights. I encourage others who believe trans people have the same inalienable human and civil rights as their cisgender peers to support these efforts and use their voices to amplify this message. Thank you all.
Cat Power.
My name is Kat Power. I'm a parent, a teacher, and the faculty advisor for the Gay Straight Alliance Club called Spectrum. I am here to show support for our students that are transgender and gender nonconforming. They deserve our respect and protection. They should not be harassed and bullied with comments here in this room, online, or in the homes around the dinner table, which then carry over to our school hallways and social media. All students have the right to an equitable educational experience. The Iowa Civil Rights Commission pamphlet on sexual orientation and gender identity states that in 2007, the Iowa Civil Rights Act was expanded to add gender identity to the list of protected classes. It is illegal in Iowa to discriminate against a person because of their gender identity, which means a gender-related identity of a person regardless of a person's assigned sex at birth. Examples of illegal discrimination: refusal to allow an individual to use all the facilities or services of a school, providing the service in a separate location or a separate time from that which is offered to others, harassment, intimidation, or other demonstrations of hostility. Illegal harassment includes verbal, written conduct, physical, and psychological abuse, repeated remarks of a demeaning nature, implied and explicit threats, intentional use of names and pronouns inconsistent with a person's presented gender. Iowa law does not prohibit gender-segregated restrooms and sex-segregated locker rooms or overnight accommodations. The law, however, does require that individuals are permitted to access those accommodations in accordance with their gender identity. Just as non-transgender individuals are entitled to these accommodations, so are their transgender peers. Our students that are transgender and gender nonconforming are being physically threatened, humiliated, and degraded by their peers and members of this community at the high school, on social media, and here in this room. This has created a hostile environment because this conduct is sufficiently severe, pervasive, or persistent so that as to interfere with or limit a student's ability to participate in or benefit from the services, activities, or opportunities offered by Linn-Mar. When such harassment is based on gender identity, it violates the U.S. Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights Law. Stop harassing and bullying our students that are transgender and gender nonconforming. They are students and protected under the law, and your alternate beliefs do not change their rights. Our school board is providing policy on how our district will follow the law, and it should be voted on all and passed by all members of the board if you are truly here to support all students. Parents, if this is not acceptable to you, open enrollment applications are right here, and I can give them to you at the door if you want them. Thank you for your time.
Brad Ahern. Brad Ahern, followed by Dan Kuzenzi, Jared Staten, Danielle Kern, and then Aurora Kustash. Go ahead.
I had all kinds of notes prepared, but after listening to all the folks who've been up here tonight, they've all made a pretty good point, so I'll try not to rehash that. But there are a couple points. One is, you know, as a Christ follower, I have a hard time with the transgender issues, but I believe there's people out there that have issues, okay? So what you need a solution that's gonna try and not hurt the, and forgive me if I get the politically correct statement wrong, but, you know, the kids who are normal, were born boys, born girls, let them be boys and girls. The kids who want to be something different, find a way to accommodate them, but mixing them together in a bathroom or a bedroom or a locker room, that's nuts, okay? University of Iowa is already building dormitories with individual bathrooms rather than group bathrooms, so that boy, girl, whatever, you got your own bathroom. You might have to take your turn, but you got your own bathroom. But mixing kids up like this is nuts. You know, all I can say is voting for this policy that you guys have out there right now is just asking for trouble. It's gonna hurt kids rather than help kids. If you wanna try and create some equality, maybe you need to go through the school and change all the bathrooms over to individual single bathrooms. Maybe you just need to split up the locker rooms for all the different what ifs. But mixing kids together in this kind of circumstance is nuts. You guys that are Christians should know this. And you guys that are not, it just is common sense. Thank you.
Dan, and I'm sorry, I've mispronounced your last name about 6 times.
You know, it's a tough one. If the U wasn't there, it'd be really easy. It's Kenzie.
Kenzie,
Yeah.
okay. Well,
Coach,
my phone
good
is
to see
yours.
Anyway, there's been a lot of stuff that's been said here, so I'm not going to rehash that. But what I do think is we've talked about some societal things that are kind of at odds. So we have, you know, men, women. It's been kind of the way that it's been for the entire history of our world. But yet, we decide that if someone does not want to conform to the stereotype of a man or a woman, that we want to put them into the box of the other. Why don't we just get rid of this box? These gender stereotypes, these roles that we've put ourselves in, that's the issue, right? If a guy wants to dress up like in a dress or wear makeup or feel pretty, great, be that guy. If a girl wants to go out and play softball or be rough and tumble or do whatever the stereotypical male does. Go be that girl. Go do that. Everybody love everybody. We don't need to be putting ourselves in these boxes where this is one and this is one. But we do have to recognize that there are biological differences between men and women, and especially young children who, I mean, we've all been there. I was, I bet Coach over here was surprised that I even graduated. I've made a lot of stupid decisions when I was young, right? But to give them that, to say that, hey, you have everything figured out at 12, at 13, at 14. So I'm going to affirm these beliefs in you without really giving you support. I really want to support somebody that has these issues, as somebody who's had suicidal thoughts, who has attempted suicide. Those are deep things. They're hurtful. They're scary, and we need to be making sure that we're helping all of those people. Because when we look at our transgender population, we've already mentioned that 40% suicidality, but after transition, 40% suicidality. So that really there wasn't a change even after transition. So that means to me that we're not offering support. And part of that, I think, is by really being intentional with the things that we teach, how gender and everything is taught. And so we need to do better on that. But good job, everybody. All the people doing the flags in the other room, I really appreciate you. You did awesome. Thank you.
Jared Staton, followed by Danielle Kern, Aurora Kastash, a name I cannot read, so if you knew you signed up after Aurora, tell me what your name is. I think the last name is Casey. Go ahead.
My name is Jared Staton. Close enough, though, it's spelled Staten, so.
I'm sorry.
That. But I do want to thank everybody for keeping it Iowa nice. I think that's awesome. I'm from the East Coast. I don't think we do nice. So I do appreciate that we can have this open discussion. 1 out of every 6 American women will be sexually assaulted in their lifetime. That means probably in this building tonight there's at least 86 to 100 females that have been sexually assaulted. My daughter is one of those. She's not here. I have 4 daughters. And she was sexually assaulted by a gender non-conforming person. Now, I don't hold that against everybody. But what I do understand is that the human brain is not fully formed until the age of 25. You all are educators. You should know this. I believe you do. And so allowing them to make decisions, quite honestly, they're going to make emotionally, not with logic, is a dangerous thing. I'm a pastor. I'm not here to speak on behalf of religion. I'm here to speak on behalf of logic tonight. I think for pastors to bring religion into this subject is admirable, but I don't think this is a religious subject at the moment. I think this is you need to use some good logic in this. Allowing kids to sleep in the same room together in the middle of the night, you don't think somebody's going to take advantage of that? Did you go to high school? I know I'm from the East Coast. I went to a bad one. And there were boys sneaking in the lockers and taking pictures of girls back then. And you don't think they're going to do that now? We're talking about physical safety. Do you know the number of teenagers that face the thoughts of suicide in general? It doesn't change based on whether they're trans or not. Teenagers today face that very real reality. In our church, we try to help people with those, no matter who they are. But I am encouraging you to use some good logic here and vote no on this, because you're not doing yourself a favor. You're not helping them with anything at all. We've created a battle that doesn't need to be a battle by pushing agendas. I've heard 3 teachers here push agendas that they themselves have a strong feeling about. And that's not okay. That's not education. That's an agenda. It's not all right. Yeah. And so that's my time. I'm saying vote no. And for the statistic people that say there's no statistics, how would you know? There hasn't been enough time to form statistics. And unfortunately, my daughter's become one of those statistics, and how dare you?
Yeah.
God bless that gentleman and his daughter. My name's Danielle Kern. I'm here to speak on behalf of my two children who attend Linn-Mar High School. To use the words of another, when it comes to competitive sports, biology should really triumph over ideology. My daughter has dreams of being one of the 5 basketball players playing for varsity at Linn-Mar. The facts are the facts. Boys are built with more muscle mass and less fat. If a boy chose to play basketball that's bigger, stronger than my daughter, they would take her spot, her dream. Don't take the dream away from my daughter. Vote no, please.
So Aurora Kostashia is next, and then the person that's name I can't read, I think it's a Casey at the end, Steve Smith, Tim Lonishan, and then Ethan Vassar. Go ahead.
Hi, we moved to Iowa almost 9 years ago for my husband's work, and we chose Marion specifically for Linn-Mar district. We have 4 children who already graduated from Linn-Mar and 2 are still in this high school. I am here to speak for all children. I attended the last board meeting and I was disappointed to see how easily and rushed the board members voted on this policy 504.13 without looking into more information. When you were asked questions of how did the lawyers come up with this verbiage, your response was that you are not a lawyer and you trust that they do their job. Well, maybe they did their job, but are the lawyers in position to discuss what is best for our children? Aren't you elected to take into consideration all children's well-being? Why are we rushing into passing this policy if Linn-Mar already follows this? And as you mentioned, and what is the reason that we have to add this now? Is it true that by adding this, we are receiving government funds for the school? Instead of standing for what is right, educating children should not be a business where we look to do immoral and unethical things to our children. As educators, we should know child development and what happens at different stages of life. We should know that the adolescent age from 12 to 18 is a fragile time, a time when they transition from being a child to adulthood. It is an awkward stage and some do not feel understood by anyone. The goal of adolescence is to help the teenager to learn and prepare for life in this society. The adolescent needs protection during the time of difficult physical transition and for an understanding of the society which he is about to enter to play his part as a man. Today, children are not being protected during this time, during this physical transition, but they are swayed towards inappropriate gender ideology by people who do not have their best interest at heart, child predators, some, or people who are sincerely do not know the truth. We need to help them understand their strengths and weaknesses and passions, and just like the other gentleman said, we need to help them to figure out themselves, and if they're depressed or struggle with something, we need to help them out. But not to help them to fill out gender plans. This is a nefarious act, and those who agree with this agenda are guilty of this act. Not only that you allow for this in our schools, you are also trying to impose it that all other students who are not buying these lies, who are not believing this, are not being respected, and you are disregarding the parents. I respectfully ask that you reconsider your vote and do not take part of this crime that is committed towards this generation of young children. And please do your job that you are elected for and vote no. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julie.
That looks like a Julie. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I write really cursive-y.
That's okay.
So thank you for the last part I did know. So this is a little different tact I'm coming at you with. I know there's a lot of the same information. So I just want to give some information. about what's coming to the school, and especially to the parents across the way. According to the American Bar Association, grooming children consists of showing sexually explicit images to children, discussing sexually explicit information under the guise of education. Now that's the American Bar Association. They're the ones that take the groomers to court. Eyes Open Iowa. I don't know if the parents in the other room know about it. It is an organization in Iowa. Their agenda is to teach educators how to get kindergartners on up to masturbate and to have anal sex with pictures. Sounds like grooming to me. It's in Iowa, and it also teaches the educators how to get around parents. So I thought you should know, it's in Iowa. Again, the Department of Justice internal memo Congress reported on was found to want to fast track and legalize 12 new perversions: pedophilia, sodomy, bestiality, age of consent down to 8, polygamy, sex with little boys, and the list goes on. Every time they hit a mile marker, they're going for another one. This isn't ending with just transgenders in bathrooms. And yes, I am a licensed EMT. I did give up my license. We were trained that transgenders, suicide rate's like 60% higher. Also, they have brain damage when they take the hormones. We're not being told that. Our kids are not being told about the brain damage. And that is from studies of other countries, because our country is bought and sold by big pharma, and a lot of those scientists are silenced in this country. Also, just so you're aware, coming near to a school near you is a 1619 project. That project is to change history. I suppose they'll say Jews didn't get killed in Germany, they didn't kill the disabled people, and they didn't kill anybody else. Yeah, they did, and they're planning on changing history. Also, there's something called the Second Steps Project, and I'm gonna dig into that a little bit next time. Anyone can file a formal complaint for unlawful or bad behavior, rape or assault, or any explicit pictures or anything that is against our laws, and I know the laws. I've had to know the laws because you guys break them so often. So if we want to file a complaint, it's uscourts.gov. So uscourts.gov, look for the formal, you can file a complaint. By the way, the ESSER funding is our problem.
We have Steve Smith, followed by Tim Lanashin, Ethan Lonican.
Yes. Hi, my name's Tim Lonican.
Wait, we have a Steve Smith who comes before you on the list.
We do.
Is there a Steve Smith? Thank you. Following Tim will be Ethan Vassar, Gretchen Lauer, and Kara Lawson.
My name is Steve Smith. I've got had 2 children go through Linn-Mar, and I currently have a third 11-year-old daughter who is in the Linn-Mar School District. I have a question for the school board and the superintendent. Have you emailed every Linn-Mar family regarding this new policy? Have you? Have you emailed everybody to make sure you can see what a heated debate this is? Have you emailed them all? Have you notified them? Have you told them what the ramifications are of this potentially impending policy? The answer is no. Why? Are you trying to hide something? Are you trying to slip this through in the cover of darkness? At the last school board meeting, it was mentioned that you're just following the law. What law are you referring to? What law are you protected by? What law states that it's okay for young men, young boys, to enter a girl's bathroom with a penis and show it to them? Where does it say that? Where does it say in state law? Show it to me. Show it to the parents. Before you address this, before you adjourn for the evening, I encourage you to go across the room and look at the number of parents that have attended this meeting this evening. You will see how many parents support voting no on this policy. Does anyone on the school board support young boys and young men entering a girl's bathroom? Do you support it? Are you in favor of it? I hope that you're not. I have an 11-year-old daughter who attends the Linn-Mar school here. She swims at the aquatic center, showers there 6 days a week. Are you telling me it's okay for my 11-year-old daughter to shower in front of boys? Yep. Are you saying that's okay? Are you okay with that? Are you good with that? Raise your hand if you're okay with that. Say, yeah, I'm good with boys coming into a girl's locker room, sharing a shower with my daughter. You're okay with that? How can you possibly support that? Even for 1 second. Right away, that is off limits. Yet you're, what, last time you supported it, 5 of you did. How can you possibly support that? Letting a boy, a young male, go into a shower with girls. Young girls need to feel safe in this school. And if you pass this policy, they will not. Girls will fear for their lives. They'll fear for their safety. Are you okay with that? Do you support, is there any board member on here that supports pedophilia? I sure as heck hope not.
Tim?
Tim, correct? Yeah. Tim Lonahan. I've had 3 kids that go through the Linn-Mar district, and I think they were all well served by the district. Just a bit of background. In a previous part of my career, I was a high school biology teacher. I also was a high school boys and girls track coach, so I think I have a little bit of expertise in this regard. So let me just talk to you board members. There's nothing wrong with a policy that affirms that we as a school district respect and want to uphold our transgender youth. There's nothing wrong with that. Where this policy goes astray are a couple of places, in particular in how it treats the parental involvement with, if you would have a transgender child. There are several excerpts in the policy that really disenfranchise parental involvement in that difficult psychological counseling process. That's one place where your policy goes astray. The big place where it goes astray is where you allow biological males to use the female restroom and vice versa. What that does is that creates an atmosphere of intimidation and harassment for many students that aren't going to be brave enough to voice a concern to a staff member, but you're condoning, I just can't even imagine having a male walk into the female restroom because that's where they're comfortable. That creates just a whole atmosphere of hostility and intimidation for a number of our kids in this district. So those are the problems I see with this policy. The last thing I'll close with is that if you didn't get a chance, especially you board members, to go and look at that room over there, that's like a Norman Rockwell illustration. That's democracy at work. Those are people that all really give a damn about this policy and what they think it could do to their kids. Those people are overwhelmingly in favor of tabling this policy or changing it radically from what it exists as now. If you didn't get a chance to look at those people, go over that room and take a look at those people. Those are your constituents. Those are the people that put you where you sit now. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Ethan Vassar, followed by Gretchen Lahr, Kara Lawson, Amy Hutchison, Cersei Stumbo, Sandy Young, and then I'll try and read the name later. Go ahead.
Hello. I don't know why those parents are always so upset. For some reason, they think that they have a right to raise their children. In fact, I'm kind of surprised that this board took so long to implement such a contemporaneous, modern, woke, progressive agenda. In fact, I think this board hasn't even gone woke enough. I mean, come on, don't you want to earn enough points to be the grand marshal at a parade or something that you'd like to brag about? I mean, schools should be the ultimate authority, not the parents. That's crazy. At the last meeting, it was discovered that only the trans community persons were the ones surveyed, I mean, you know what, as the way it should have been. They're the only ones that this policy affects. I mean, it doesn't affect any of the other 98% of the students. They're just probably being selfish. I mean, if they feel like if they felt like they were violated, I mean, they should just go to that therapy dog. Is that what it was? Just pet it a couple times. Apparently that's going to solve the problem. Hey, well, just like how the black students were only surveyed for you implementing this critical race theory. Oh, wait, sorry. I mean the diversity, inclusion, and equity. I know that we relabeled it just so we can't, get in trouble with the law in Iowa. I'm sure this board will always keep our gender fluid students' safety as their top priority, just like they did when all the nurses or coaches were fired and who were charged with sexual exploitation and harassment of other students in this district. But I'm not talking about just that. I think, you know what, they should actually just have been able to allow to resign, just like that one teacher was who had 15 other complaints lodged against them by other girls. Or, I mean, people who identify as girls who are just persons with vaginas. Besides, by not allowing the investigation, I mean, it just allowed you guys to accrue more evidence that there are pedophiles and groomers that work in your district that you probably unintentionally hired anyways, right? And I'm even glad that the board didn't choose to investigate further and actually have that teacher's license revoked, because it's not our problem anymore. At least give them another chance to work in another district, right? And it's not like one of the coaches trapped a student and stripped them naked in one of these restrooms in Linn-Mar School District. No way that could happen if there's any other boy that would have any thoughts of promiscuity to do that to a girl. There's no way that there's any sexual exploitation of other minors that are going on, even though it happened even when I was in high school 13 years ago, that a Linn-Mar female soccer coach, a Linn-Mar coach who identifies as male, was a female soccer coach and was dating the girls that he was coaching. But again, don't press charges, because he just got to move to Nebraska and never be heard from again. It's not like we need to follow him, make sure that there's any way for him to not have that unfettered access to other women. No way that you're intentionally trying to groom these children or promote a pedophilic policy here. I mean, it just seems that it just naturally thrives in this culture. No way that this policy is going to make it worse. It's all a big accident. Thank you. Just wanted to clear it up.
Gretchen Lauer, Kara Lawson, Amy Hutchison, Cersei Stumbo, Sandy Young.
Good evening. My name is Gretchen Lawyer, and I am a community member and a member of the Meyer, Marion Alliance for Racial Equity Education Subcommittee. And I wanted to start off tonight by reading a letter that our subcommittee wrote to the board and administrators. Dear board and administrators, the Marion Alliance for Racial Equity stands in support of students identifying as transgender or gender nonconforming. Mayor appreciates the Linn-Mar Community School District's commitment to transparency and support for equity, and thanks you for protecting transgender students with Policy Code 504.13 and Policy Code 504.13R. We have been concerned about recent anti-LGBTQ+ actions at Linn-Mar and agree it is important to craft district policies that clarify existing procedures, adhere both to Iowa, the Iowa Civil Rights Act, Iowa Code 216.9, and federal laws, Title IX. The school climate report was a great step toward amplifying student perspectives on trusting staff and peers and about experiencing bullying because of sexual orientation. This district's continued support will ensure equal protection for all our children and assure they feel safe, supported, and seen in their education and school-related activities. As you vote on these policies tonight, we hope you will recognize discriminatory practices against our gender nonconforming students is not only against the law, but also creates danger for students' mental, physical, and educational health. You are voting for inclusive, equitable, and successful outcomes for all students in the district, and we appreciate your continued support. Sign the Mayor Education Subcommittee members. And with that, I would also like to read a few comments from our online position supporting approval of these policies. Stacy says, I am signing this because I believe our schools are for every learner. I support the role the public schools have in informing our young citizens in our communities and how we should accept and treat all our neighbors in our community. Naomi says, trans youth are and always have been an incredibly at-risk group for bullying and suicide. This policy helps that group stay safe. If you would argue for a cisgender student's right to safety, then you should certainly argue for a transgender student's right. They need it just as much. Sarah says, all students should feel safe at school. Allowing trans kids to use the correct pronouns, bathrooms, etc. has been proven to help their well-being. I'm happy to see this proposed by Linn-Mar and hope it will be approved. Thank you.
Larson, followed by Amy Hutchison, Cersei Stumbo, Sandy Young. Can you read that last name? Possibly Jim Young. I got it. All right, thank you from the doorway. All right, Kara.
Good evening, Linn-Mar School Board and community members. My name is Kara Lawson, and I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the Linn-Mar Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. The first action that our committee took in 2021 was to administer the School Climate Survey. These results are available on the Linn-Mar School District website. We encourage you to check them out. Tonight, we wanted to highlight some of the results of that report as it relates to transgender and non-binary students in our district. Nearly 20% of students report being personally bullied, and nearly 40% of our students report seeing someone else be bullied. However, nearly half of non-binary students report being personally bullied, and 80% of these students report that it is due to their gender and sexual orientation. This is over 2 times higher than the students that identify as male or female. About 76% of students feel they're valuable classroom members. That's something that we were actually particularly proud of. But this is significantly lower for non-binary students. 48% of non-binary students report that they feel unable to share due to their gender identity. And only half of our non-binary students feel physically safe at school, compared to 81% of males and 67% of females. And only 20% of non-binary students feel emotionally safe at school, as compared to 55% of females and 78% of males. And only 39% of our non-binary students feel like they belong. It is clear that we have work to do to help non-binary and transgender students. It starts with all of us, whether we are parents, school board members, faculty, or a fellow student. Title IX, Iowa Code, and the High School Athletic Association all confirm that all students are protected against discrimination based on gender identity. Policies from these organizations outline specific rules, which include transgender students using restrooms, locker rooms, and wearing clothing consistent with their gender identity. In 2020, the Supreme Court upheld a federal court decision that confirms these rights for transgender and gender nonconforming students. For the past 5 years, our students at Linn-Mar have been living by the procedures that are outlined in Policy 504.13. Transgender and gender nonconforming students have shared rooms with their friends on overnight trips, shared bathrooms, and shared locker rooms. And not once has an issue nor a student complaint come from sharing a bathroom or locker room with a transgender or gender nonconforming student. We appreciate the school board's proposal to make this clear in district policy, so that faculty members, students, and parents have the transparency they are seeking and a clear understanding of district policy and procedures that are in accordance with state and federal laws. If you would like to join us in continuing to advocate and be a champion for equal opportunities for all students at Linn-Mar, thank you.
Amy Hutchison, followed by Cersei Stumbo, Sandy Young, and Jim Young.
How's everybody tonight? Thank you for allowing me to speak again. I'm not very good at this, but I'll do the best I can. I am thankful that we can come here tonight together and hear different views, various experiences, and I love that because we can learn from one another. We all come, have come from a pretty traumatic experience when I was just a freshman in college. Nothing like many people do, but this issue kind of brought it to light again. So we do live in a God-created world, but it is a very broken world. So I just want you to know that I am here to pray for our students. I'm here to pray for the parents. I'm here to pray for the students who feel great pain and confusion, trauma, or rejection. And I will pray that the Holy Spirit will help you with this really, really huge decision. And it is a big one. And I'm thankful that I can come to Linn-Mar and be a Christian and to be able to say this. So thank you very much. And I'm praying for you.
So we have Circe Stumbo next, Sandy Young, Jim Young.
Hello, good evening. I'm Circe Stumbo, and I am here today as a soon-to-be grandmother of two in Linn-Mar, a 2-year-old and another one on the way any moment now. I'm also a co-founder of the Marion Alliance for Racial Equity, and I'm here to encourage you to vote yes to policy 504.13 and 504.13R. I'm here because I'm committed to continuing to do all we can to make sure that Marion is a welcoming, inclusive, and safe community with schools in which all students feel a sense of belonging and where their dignity is honored. My daughter also asked me to share her greetings. She was a swimmer on the Linn-Mar swim team, and she wanted me to be sure to say that she would have been proud to have shared the pool and the competition lane with a transgender athlete. Most importantly, though, I want to share with you some words from folks who also signed our petition, because their words matter. Donna said, "I'm signing this petition because it is important to our multiracial and gender family." Alexis says transgender students deserve to feel comfortable in schools just as much as their cisgender peers. Iris shares, "Everyone deserves to feel safe while learning. Leading by example means, to me, that is, even though my beliefs may be different from others, we all need to be respectful. Respectful without name shaming, respectful without the looks, the rumors, the memes, and the emojis, respectful with the understanding that we are human, we all want to be valued, we all deserve to be happy and heard, we all deserve an education so we can be the best human we can be. We can do that by showing kindness." Kristen shares, "Students should have the right to be who they are." Natalie says, "Trans humans deserve to be treated like human beings. Don't invalidate them because you don't like their, quote, lifestyle. They deserve the same respect cis people get, and we will not stop until we have that respect, even if it takes until we all die. You cannot silence us." A student shares, "I'm tired of my friends being treated as if their lives never mattered." Another student says, "We are all humans. We deserve basic rights. With all the hate circulating right now, it's difficult to focus on school. In our friend groups, the main topic shouldn't always have to be how we don't feel safe at school. This has gone way too far, and I'm sorry to everyone who's been affected by just being themselves. Stay strong, friends." Jennifer says, "All children deserve to be respected as their authentic selves." Caitlin shares, "Just because a student is transgender, that should not impact their ability to feel safe and respected at school." Thank you.
Sandy Young is next, then Jim Young. There is a person that I cannot read your name, followed by Meredith Johnson. As Sandy Young comes up to...
Sandy Young's not going to speak.
Okay.
She told them that, but that's okay.
Okay.
So I'm her husband, Jim.
Okay, 1 second. I just want to remind everyone in the audience that the person at the microphone is the one speaking, and side conversation should leave the room if they're going to happen. Thank you. Go ahead, Jim.
Okay, well, thank you for letting me speak. I also want to thank the 2 school board members that so far voted against this proposition that's been proposed. My wife once said to me, and she says this a lot, I think what's missing nowadays is common sense, and she must be right because I hate speaking in public. And here I am. Here I am as a grandparent of children in the Linn-Mar School District, and I'm very saddened by certain things. I'm really sad that I found out today that my 7th grader is being taught this garbage, and I feel it's garbage, what's being taught. I went to school and graduated 50 years ago from one of the big major high schools here in town, and I'm learning new things all the time. One of the things I'm learning today, which my biology teachers never taught me, was there's more than 2 genders. I never knew that. And not only that, but gender is fluid. I don't even know what that means. I guess, it goes, you have many different genders now, but anyway, the reason I'm here, we had a group meeting last week, and a 16-year-old girl said to me, I don't want boys coming into my locker room and exposing themselves. Now, I always thought we had laws about that. I thought they were called indecent exposure. I don't think I can walk in front of a room and expose myself, and I don't think the women want me to. I sure hope not. And I think I'd be arrested. But now, as school board members, and I think you're adults, all of you, you want male students, and I was a male student once, you want males to be able to go into girls' locker rooms, dress in the showers or undress and shower with them and expose themselves. I still think the definition of indecent exposure is just that. So I guess if you are a male and you want to go in there and expose yourself, you're going to get arrested. But if you're identifying yourself as a female and you go in there and you expose yourself, that's okay, that's not a crime. I think this doesn't fit the definition of common sense. I think we need to use common sense. Nothing against people who have different opinions. They can do whatever they want. But you're destroying kids. You're destroying the kids' youth, their innocence. I don't want kids, when I was in school, I didn't want people coming into my bathroom, the opposite sex. And I'm sure girls don't want males going into their locker rooms or staying overnight in the same rooms. That's all I got to say. Thank you for listening to me.
I really can't read the next name. It's just a signature. But the following name is Meredith Johnson. So if you signed up ahead of, well, you wouldn't know. If I miss your name, just come and say it, and I will see if this looks like that name. But I apologize, I can't read it. And neither can Shannon, because I asked him. Meredith Johnson, Ernesto, Jarrett's, John, Ern, Tom Law are the next names on the list. So is there a Meredith Johnson in the room? Ernesto, Jarrett's. John, I think it's Fern, it could be Stern. Tom Law. Alexis Niffenegger.
We got one comment.
We got.
It's Ernesto Jarrett.
Okay.
Good evening. I come here to just talk about principles. Truth is transparent, and parents have the right to transparency. Don't we all have that right? Responsibility of the children is in the parents' hand, and that is for life. Teachers, schools are here to support and help our children's education, but that relationship is in our hands. When that children is broken, we're having to get the pieces and help them for life. Second point I want to make, biology. Things in biology hasn't changed. We heard right now both sides. Some people said, you know, we want inclusion and all these things. But there is a safety thing that we need to remember. It was a time the schools that were the schools for boys and the schools for girls. When they combined those schools, they said, this is bathroom for boys, this is the bathroom for girls. If right now we have an issue, we can maybe have another bathroom, maybe family bathroom for these people that don't fit in those rooms. If you start mixing them, you're going to have issues in field trips. When and as many people have said, right, it could be cases where women get abused, and it's not just the trauma that they will have, but it will be the other consequences. She could be pregnant. Boys don't get pregnant, right? The other issue we have where this could happen is in the bathrooms. And the last thing will be in the sports. Let's keep it simple. We don't need to make things more complex. Let's go back to the principles. Boys' bathroom, for the boys' bathroom. If you were born as a boy, you stay in that bathroom. If you're a girl, you were born that way, you stay in that bathroom. Outside the school boundaries, knock yourself out, do whatever you want to do. But keep the school simple. It should be about the education of our children. If we start kind of creating this, it's going to create more divisions. It's going to be more things happening in the future. What is next? I mean, right now we're talking about sexuality differences. Next time it's going to be nationality differences. No, we need to go back to basics. Teach science, teach mathematics and everything. I understand we want to do some inclusion, but we need to think about the consequences. If people go on a field trip and some person is decided it's a transgender or something, that person cannot be mixed with the people of the opposite sex because we're going to have consequences. So think about when you make a plan like this, and if you want to be inclusive, what consequences could be. And that's all I have to say.
Did Meredith Johnson make it in from the other room? Oh, okay. John Fern or Stern? Tom Law?
Hi, I'm Tom Law. I just want to start right off by saying I encourage you to vote against this policy, and here's why. I have a friend whose son went to a basketball camp. This was back in the 1980s. He was sexually assaulted. And I've read your policy over several times, and you are not only allowing this to happen today, I tell you it will happen. I have spent years with this friend and his son, helping them deal with the trauma, both emotional and mental. And I'm telling you, it is not fun. This isn't something that might happen. It will happen if you do it here. And as a former parent of Linn-Mar students, I really hope that, and encourage you not to vote for this.
Followed by Georgiana Deister, AJ Kendrick, Georgia Robison, Julia Freeman.
Hi, I'm Alexis Niffenegger. I've been in the Linn-Mar district. I've gone here since preschool. I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed and terrified at the same time. In May of 2021, a 15-year-old girl was sexually assaulted in the girls' bathroom of her high school in Loudoun County, Virginia. The student who sexually assaulted her was gender fluid and identified as female the day that they went into the restroom. As a student at Linn-Mar, I worry that this may become a more frequent occurrence if you pass this transgender policy. I also worry that you asked too small of a group of students about this policy, as it was only brought up to the spectrum group. I do not and will never feel comfortable with a person with a penis in the girls' restroom, let alone the girls' locker room. Please consider my statement equally, as a lot of other females do feel the same way. But they're afraid that they'll be called a transphobe, homophobe, racist, or a bigot, and yes, I have been called all of these things and more. Simply for saying that I'm not comfortable with men in the women's locker room, just to be clear. I am not comfortable with men having the ability to walk into the women's bathroom. The occurrence in Virginia was very much preventable, and I hope that you will take the precautionary measures that that school did not. I don't believe that all trans and non-binary students would abuse this generous policy, but I've heard students who don't identify as trans or gender fluid joking around with all of their friends saying, if a girl who thinks she's a boy comes into the locker room, we'll just have to check it out and feel it out. This is concerning, don't you guys think? Not all of the students would abuse this policy, but one would be too many. Sexual assault is one of the most traumatic things that a person can go through, so I suggest that you either designate one of the many bathrooms in the school to trans students, fundraise to add on new bathrooms and locker rooms for those students, or just have them continue to use the gender-neutral bathrooms as they have been for a while now. Thanks.
Georgiana Deister, followed by A.J. Kendrick, Georgiana Robinson, Julia Freeman, and Joe Stutler. Microphone's yours.
My name is Georgiana Deister. I am a senior here at Linn-Mar, and I would like to address a quote from the proposed transgender policy. It states, "Every student has the right to be addressed by a name and pronoun that corresponds to their gender identity." I will agree that a student's right to free speech is limited in the school building. Restrictive no-talking policies are necessary. Speeches and presentations are assigned all the time and are required for a grade. However, there is still a specific line where these restrictions and requirements should end. No student should be required to use another student's preferred pronouns. It is not the right of a person anywhere in this country to be called what they please. It is not and should not be a right, because a right is by definition a power, and no one should have the power to require another person to say what they believe. It may seem small, but this is one step down a slippery slope. I'm sure that this policy is fueled by the desire to uphold virtues of empathy, understanding, and inclusivity, but this policy does not include, have empathy for, or seek to be understanding of all students. And so this policy is one-sided. It has a clear double standard. Representation, understanding, empathy, and respect for the LGBT community, which takes away representation, understanding, empathy, and respect for conservative students whose opinions are valid and not meant to be hateful or abusive. I and many of my classmates agree that this policy should not be passed. Thank you.
A.J. Kendrick, followed by Georgia Robinson, Julia Freeman, Joe Stutler, and then we will have Christy Witham, Anna Clymer, Steve Meeker, and Craig Adamson. A.J. Kendrick. Georgia Robinson.
Good evening. If you haven't guessed, I'm a transgender woman. Oh my God, just one of these unicorns running around. I have so much to say in 3 minutes. I invite every one of you to chase me down and let me bend your ear about the mill those trans babies are going through. The first thing you need to know is that confidentiality between the trans student and the counselor in this whole process is absolutely essential. If I were 14 and it's 1973 and I got outed, I would have run away at a minimum and very likely gone search for a rope or a gun and applied them to myself. Now, you really got to understand that gender dysphoria can be fatal. you walk around and you are in total disconnect with what you are feeling constantly, what you want to do, what you feel you have to do, does not conform with what you are expected to do. I call it a great disconnect because sooner or later you want to disconnect from everyone around you and the world. Oh, by the way, if somebody says I'm a pedophile, I'll sue them for libel. Excuse my French, that's asinine. The harm and unfairness occasioned by the poor treatment of trans youth far outweighs any inconvenience, any fear, any injustice. Because, you know, I've been exposed to testosterone, my hand is bigger. Thank you.
Julia Freeman.
My name's AJ.
Oh, AJ Kendrick?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my name is AJ Kendrick, and I graduated from Linn-Mar in 2019. A few years ago, I lived in a residential treatment center with a group of teenagers. As part of the rules of the program, we had specific times that we were allowed to use the bathroom, and we had to be accompanied by a caretaker. Normally, our caretakers would let all the girls use the restroom first, and then let the boys go afterward. But there was one singular incident where the rules were bent and boys and girls went into the bathroom together. It was a few days later that my 11-year-old friend came to me in tears. She told me that when the boys and girls were using the bathroom together, one of the older boys was peering through a crack in the stall at her while she was using the restroom. The situation made her very uncomfortable because she had a history of being sexually abused and raped. The treatment center was supposed to be a place of safety where she could heal from her trauma. Instead, her privacy was violated. I know that this policy lays out precautions such as letting students who feel uncomfortable using alternate bathrooms have different changing times or have a curtain or partition in the locker rooms. These measures are not foolproof. Bathrooms have cracks in the doors. Curtains can easily be pulled back. There are too many ways to take advantage of this policy. I'm sure that the majority of students who this policy applies to are genuine, but human nature has a tendency to take advantage of situations. Not only is there the possibility or probability of sexual assault, there is also the possibility of false accusations. There are no cameras in the bathroom and locker rooms, and we have no way to prove anything. We cannot afford the possibility of the situation like the one that happened to my friend. This policy is designed to create an environment where students can learn effectively. This means that the small population of gender nonconforming students have an environment where they can learn effectively. What about all the other students who will feel uncomfortable using the restroom? How are they supposed to learn effectively? It is not bigoted to say that you feel uncomfortable. You have no idea what is in someone's past and why they feel that way. We should not sacrifice the rights and comfort of many to accommodate for the few. Thank you.
Julia.
I want everybody to take a deep breath first, because it is well past 8 o'clock, and you guys have been at it for a minute.
Are you Julia?
Yes.
Julia?
That's me.
Okay,
Yes, sorry.
I'm just keeping track.
Checking in. Hi, I'm
Hi.
Julia.
Go for
I go
it.
by she, they pronouns. And as a Civil Rights Commissioner, educator, suicide prevention advocate, human, and member of the Tanager Place Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender Questioning Plus Youth-Centered Advisory Board, I support this policy. On behalf of the center, I would first like to thank the school board, that's each of you, for being so courageous and standing up for all youth. It sends the message to our LGBTQ plus students that they matter, that they are not alone. We as a community have their backs and will fight for and with them in their battle for educational and basic human rights, now and forever. They are the true champions. It does get better. As a little background, the center itself was created out of a need to give our LGBTQ youth a physical place to come and be themselves. Since the start of the center, we have seen countless youth come through their doors ready to die by suicide because of the bullying they endured not only at school and in the outside world, but sometimes at home as well, including people in this room and in the gym across the hall. Transgender and non-binary youth in particular are 2 to 2.5 times more likely to experience episodes of intense suicidal ideations and intensities and attempt to take their own lives as a result. This is not an issue. We as people are making it one because of the urge versus anything or anyone. That is not the norm. It is not because we can't do better, but rather because we often won't. Forcing kids to suffer in silence and leaving them without education, support, and hope, while they develop and learn how to mentally, emotionally, socially, and physically adjust and survive is cruel. We can't be swayed by those that believe that LGBTQ plus students should not have the same support as other students. When we have students who have learning barriers, we find a way to help them through 504 plans, IEPs, or individual education plans, safe, unsafe programs, or even public and private space programs, or even behavior support plans. For example, LGBTQ plus students deserve the same level of care, support, tools, and rights. A child shouldn't have to fear going to a restroom because of their assigned sex, or being called by a name they do not feel comfortable or identify with. It is equally unjust that people want to take away their ability to play and participate in athletics, which may be the only physical outlet for some student athletes because of their perceived, not actual, advantage. As an aside, ultimately, we must implement these policies to ensure that Linn-Mar School District is inclusive. You can't create a safe environment for all students without that. Our hope is that you think less about the comfort level of adults and more for the kids who are impacted. The fact that some would rather die than be who they are is heartbreaking to me. The policies will not only change lives, it will save them. Thank you again for leading from the front in this fight for change, equality, and equity. Vote yes and be on the right side of history. Thank you. Perfect timing.
Joe Stutler, followed. What was the name? What's your name?
Hi, I'm Joe Stutler. I live in the district. I had a couple of kids go through the district, graduate out of here. I'm a combat veteran. I live here. I belong here. I'm here today because, well, you know, a lot of times open mic night here is, kind of funny. I remember, last September when Shouty Man was freaking out about flags. That was a hoot. And we fixed that problem, didn't we? Just at a meeting not long after. Got those flags solved. Have a bigger problem here tonight. I see a whole bunch of people coming in here and speaking against our kids. And they're blaming their deity for their bigotry. They're trying to blame their God, their Jesus, their whomever for their hatred of others. Shush, it's my turn, not yours. Thank you. Madam Chair, could you shush him, please?
Leave.
Thank you. Yeah, so out of hatred or bigotry, ignorance, stupidity, I don't know what their reasoning is, but I noticed that an awful lot of them seem to be wearing cotton poly blends. I had no doubt that they're going to go and have a lovely pork sandwich or some bacon wrapped shrimp, something like that. You know, all of those other things that their deity says don't do. Their deity also tells them, be nice to others, play well with others, all that stuff. Yeah, but we don't want to do that here. It's our religious privilege to treat others poorly. Yeah, I served in the military, I deployed, I came home pretty broken. It was worth it to stand up for our Constitution and stand up for the trans folks I served with, my trans friends, my gay friends, my straight friends, my black friends, and all of these folks. And even you, even the religious bigots that are here hating on our children. I served so that you have the right to speak your vile piece, regardless of how vile it may be, and how much harm it's causing to the kids that are listening to you spew this crap. Shame on you. Shame on you. Do better. Do better. Board, you're on the right track. You just got 2 of them you need to fix. You're one. You know it.
Nathan, you were trying to tell me something?
Yeah, I think, ma'am, what's your name? Linda Miller. I think she's the top of page 6.
That looks like a Miller. Come on forward.
Good evening, Board. My name is Linda Miller. I've been a Linn-Mar resident and area resident for 40 years. I border Linn-Mar, actually. My 2 daughters went to Linn-Mar. The younger one, she had some issues and wound up at Washington. But I remember back when my youngest daughter, I had amniocentesis because I was older, and the doctor said they called us all into a room, different couples, and went through all the chromosome pairs and said, these people are a little different. So it's a science thing. It's not just a God thing, it's a science thing. And people think it's a God thing, it's not. They need to get an education, which Linn-Mar could probably provide them. But, let's see. People are saying that, let's see here. I appreciate these younger people who are trans and the others for speaking up, because they are the ones that get the brunt of the problems. They have these issues, and had they been spoken to or talked, not to their parents, but to other people around them too, they'd have been a lot better adjusted than they are. That's just been my feeling, because I have a lot of friends that are trans and gay. And I support you guys as if you had gender-neutral bathrooms and things like that. I think that would be a big step in the right direction to have more of those. And I'm a little bit on the fence about the sports thing with a guy that's really tall or a girl that can be really short, and the sport thing. I don't know how you're going to work that out. But as I remember, it was really hard to get into Linn-Mar. If you were outside the district and you wanted to be a student at Linn-Mar, it was really hard to get in. And these people that say, oh, well, we're going to leave Linn-Mar, I don't believe they will. Thank you.
Did Meredith Johnson ever find her way in the room?
There's one more on page 6. They're just Meredith Johnson.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. I had to go pick up my daughter. I apologize. My name is Meredith Johnson. I'm a resident, parent of 11 and 13-year-old girls in the district, and a 5-year employee at one of the elementary schools here. When I heard the first reading of this proposed policy, I went home and asked my 13-year-old what she thought. She had one very simple question for me, and it was this: isn't the whole point of locker rooms and bathrooms to keep the boy parts separated from the girl parts? All I could say back to her was, so we thought. So, in thinking about that simple interpretation of one part of this policy, I say this: Linn-Mar is very good at finding issues that need to be addressed. But in this case, it has failed at developing a policy that is fair for all of us. In its attempt to solve one issue, it has created several others. My question for the board, the administration, and those whom this policy is designed to help is this: what has been done over the past few years in terms of accommodations? I'd sincerely like to know. What has worked and why? Has this administration helped improve your experience at Linn-Mar? And most importantly, what other options have been discussed? Why is it this exact policy that must be passed? How many peer discussions have you held with your fellow students who might be opposed to this policy? How many community members have been contacted to engage in the development of this policy? Today I told my daughter that the policy may pass tonight if enough of us are not vocal about our opposition. She said, "I just don't understand how it's legal for a boy with boy parts that identifies as a girl is allowed to get undressed around me in the locker room. It just doesn't make any sense." I asked her if she would be okay in dressing in front of a person with boy parts. She said absolutely not. I asked her if she would be okay in dressing in front of a boy that had his boy parts removed and identified as a girl. She said sure. The point is that her fear is natural and instinctive. She is not judging others, but rather reacting naturally to being naked around another sex. So therein lies the problem. She is now the one that feels uncomfortable and anxious when she is at her most vulnerable and exposed. Why can't we all agree that this solution does not provide the best solution? Why can't we try again with input from everyone involved? Why is this so rushed? Most importantly, why do I feel blindsided?
Christy Witham, Anna Clymer, Steve Meeker, and Craig Adamson are next. Christy Witham. Anna Clymer. Anna Clymer.
Thank you. I begin by thanking those who thoughtfully voted in favor in the prior board meeting to support Iowa Civil Rights Code 216.9 and Title IX of federal law, and to clarify the practices you have had in place for over 5 years by approving such policies. I am a Linn-Mar parent to middle and high school students, resident and taxpayer in Linn-Mar District for over 18 years, a Marion Alliance for Racial Equity member, faith community member of Stand in Unity, a committee member of the Linn-Mar Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, a member of LULAC and NAACP. Today I speak as an informed parent showing up in support of all our children, and especially today, our trans and gender nonconforming students, in support of policies that support student safety, respect of their rights, and to the dignity they deserve in our community. In taking time to understand this further, it appears this will create clarity and transparency to all students, parents, and community members, and in fact, these state and federal laws apply to all schools. As much as the anti-trans, anti-LGBTQ, anti-equity voices have shown up in the board meetings, I would think this would provide a great comfort to you to know in writing what the policy and regulations are, whether you agree with the existence and the rights of the LGBTQ plus students or families or not. You as board members or parents or community members can't opt out of following their civil rights in school or in community. And for me personally, I know these kids need safe spaces and their rights honored. I know this because these kids have had conversations with me. These kids have had conversations with my kids. These kids have stated it over and over again in the school climate survey, in walkouts, and standing up for and with one another. These kids are amazing, and these kids hear and see every word and deed that comes from community, school board, and administrators that state they are safe and their rights are protected, or that they are not. That isn't a school's or board's policy or failing. That's a parental and community one to accept diversity beyond our own personal, religious, and cultural lenses. And the cries for protection also come from comments of our community, and I hope you heard those loud and clear today from the Marion Alliance petition. In closing, I share mine. We need to care about all our kids. We need to fight with love and compassion for those who are marginalized and victimized instead of making monsters of our children. These are our kids. They're classmates and they're allies. Kids must be supported in being their authentic selves and have equal access to learning, extracurricular activities, emotional well-being, and other experiences. Fighting for equity includes fighting for all our marginalized kids and amplifying their voices. Please approve the policies. Thank you.
we are down to 2, Steve Meeker and Craig Adamson. Oh, Christy Witham, you are up next. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christy Witham, and I'm a parent here at Linn-Mar. I respectfully request that you vote no or table policy 504.13 and 13R. My understanding is this policy is based on Iowa Code 216.9, unfair or discriminatory practices in education. It has been quoted a couple of times tonight, but it seems convenient that it has stopped, or the quoting has stopped, at paragraph 2, sentence 2 of paragraph 2, where it says, "This section does not prohibit an educational institution from maintaining separate toilet facilities, locker rooms, or living facilities for the different sexes so long as comparable facilities are provided." My understanding is that Linn-Mar does offer male and female restrooms, locker rooms, and unisex rooms that are safe for all. So it seems to me that Linn-Mar has been and is in compliance. From hearing comments tonight, I don't doubt one bit that there's likely bullying, pain, and a lack of just loving one another here at Linn-Mar. But I don't believe that changing policies on restrooms, locker rooms, and hotel rooms will solve this problem. Schools are constantly begging for parents' involvement. This policy contradicts and it completely undermines the rights and need for parental involvement in their children's educational experience and well-being. Schools are not equipped, nor should they be, for gender counseling. Leave it to the properly trained professionals. The school is not equipped to administer this policy. It would require immense cost in additional staff alone to administer, enforce, and ensure safety of the entire student body. This policy opens Linn-Mar up significantly to liability and is an invitation for further violation and abuse. And finally, I read the weekly update that is sent religiously on every Friday, and I very much appreciate it. It covers everything from comments made in passing halls between students and teachers, to important dates, to extracurricular activities, all the way to the validity of bomb threats. However, to the best of my knowledge, absolutely no communication of this policy has been included.
Yeah.
Steve Meeker.
Hi, my name is Steve Meeker. My pronouns are he, him. First of all, thank you very much to the board and to the administrators of this school district. In the limited time I've volunteered for director work or administrative work, it is a thankless job, and you guys deserve way more thanks than you should receive, I'm sure. So thank you to each and every one of you. Thanks especially to those of you on the board that continually base your decisions on what's best for Linn-Mar, their staff, and their students. As a science teacher, and as a community member, as a parent of both trans and cisgender students, I feel like I offer somewhat of a unique perspective that you haven't had tonight. You seem to get very polar perspectives, and I would like to offer perhaps what is more inclusive consideration. First of all, as a science teacher, I emphasize to all of my students that all of their decisions should be based on evidence, factual evidence. And you've been presented with a lot of different opinions, a lot of different thoughts and ideas and ideologies, but the evidence still holds true that our youth who are trans and non-conforming are at the most risk compared to all of the other students in our community. I can also remind you that sex is based on chromosomes, but gender is a social construct. So there is a difference between gender and sex, or between sex, biological sex, and gender identity. I did hear a quote from a biologist paraphrasing, biology is non-binary. Everything is based on a spectrum. And if you look at the science, that is so true. You look at the skin color of our culture, it is not black or white, it is a spectrum. You look at our gender identity, it is not boy or girl, but a spectrum. And I feel like this school should honor that and should recognize that. As a parent of both a trans and cisgender student, I do expect my school to be a safe place for all of my students. Not just my trans, not just my cis, but all of my students. And this petition goes a long way in making that happen. So I encourage you strongly to support this policy. Thank you.
Craig Adamson. Last one.
Thanks for hanging in there, guys. Regarding policy 504.13-R, these administrative regulations set forth the district's protocols that will be utilized to expeditiously address the needs of transgender students, gender-expansive students, non-binary students, gender non-conforming students, and the students questioning their gender to ensure a safe, affirming, and healthy school environment where every student can learn effectively. Based on what I've heard tonight, it seems like we need to step up our anti-bullying efforts that my kids have been a part of all these years. Every student, even the ones who are boys that identify as boys, even the ones who are girls who identify as girls. I have 2 daughters and a son in this impacted age group. This board is forcibly dragging them into the intended consequences of passing this rule, which is chaos. What has the district and this board done to specifically help the students who are confused and supposedly need special accommodations? What special accommodations have been tried and found wanting before remaking the way the district has operated since its inception? What is the district and specifically this board doing to make sure my children are not harmed by this policy change? I have a list of rhetorical questions for the board. Would you be comfortable dressing and undressing in front of each other before and after your meetings? Would you be comfortable showering together after your meetings? Would you be comfortable staying overnight in a hotel room with each other? How would you feel about me participating in or watching each of you involved in those situations? How would your spouse feel about these arrangements? How about your parents? How about your children? Why do you think they would feel the way they do? Today we have cell phones, eyeglasses, watches, and technology that would let us film others without them knowing it, and we can immediately upload those pictures and videos to the internet for all to see forever and ever. Has this board spoken to the Marion Police Department about their detective child work in child pornography and sex trafficking? If not, your students are going to be on their computers very soon, as these images are bought and sold and traded around the world and around Marion. Wouldn't you be concerned if pictures of your naked body was easily seen by your neighbors, your kids, your grandkids, your faculty and students from this school whenever they wanted? If not, would you be concerned about my kids? I know you think you're doing the right thing here, but are you? If you were really worried about these at-risk kids, you'd be helping these children and their parents get the counseling they need. Instead, you are being tricked into feeling guilty about telling a child no. That's what parents and teachers and adults do. They tell kids no when it protects them. They tell kids no when it protects other kids. You don't have to yell, you don't have to be mean. You can still treat the child who needs help with care and respect. But when that child disrespects you and makes unreasonable demands about something they've already admitted to be confused about, well, it's time for you to be an adult and care enough about the child to say no.
Thank you. How long does it take to get Marion? Okay. Our next section, we are going to get hooked up to Zoom, so I'm going to call a 5-minute recess for board members who may have not taken a break. And Shannon? 5 minutes. Before we get to section 700 with our legal clarification, I just want to remind everyone the audience communication section is now over. Open meeting law means that our public meetings are open to the public to observe and listen to proceedings of the meeting. While the meeting is in the public, it is not of the public. So I'm going to ask for respect. I'm going to ask for professionalism. If there are interruptions, you will be asked to leave the room. We have a lot still left on the agenda to get through, and it is 9 o'clock. All right, with that, Shannon?
We're pleased to have Miriam Van Hukelum from Allers and Cooney join us tonight to help provide some clarification and context on the proposed transgender policy. Allers and Cooney has provided schools across Iowa with valuable guidance on how to best interpret both state and federal laws surrounding Title IX and civil rights implications in schools. Miriam and her colleagues have been valuable resources for schools across Iowa for several years. There are a lot of concerns and questions obviously on the table tonight on the topic of transgender, so I thought this would be a great time to have Miriam present to the board in person, virtually, or at least directly. And then also we'll ask Miriam to kind of kick things off with an overview, provide some context as necessary, and then we'll also open things up for the board members to ask Miriam questions as well. So with that, I hope our technology is working, and I'll hand it over to Miriam.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for inviting me to join your meeting, board members and members of the administration. I look forward to hopefully helping to answer questions that you may have as you navigate forward in your policy-making duties. 15 years ago, the Iowa Civil Rights Act was amended to include sexual orientation and gender identity as protected classes under Iowa law. In 2016, the United States Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights announced an extensive guidance document that interpreted Title IX's prohibition on discrimination on the basis of sex in educational institutions as applying to students on the basis of gender identity. And in that guidance, they released a number of FAQs that related to specific ways in which they believed schools had an affirmative obligation to accommodate students on the basis of gender identity. Both Title IX and the Iowa Civil Rights Act and the Iowa Code Section 216.9 are general legal precedents, and it is quite correct that they do not address the specifics of what it means to be non-discriminatory as an educational institution on the basis of sex or on the basis of gender identity. So OCR, the U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights, provided, as they often do, guidance and technical assistance to school districts across the country in understanding what they interpreted Title IX's parameters to be with regard to accommodating students on the basis of gender identity and not discriminating against them on the basis of the same. The Iowa Department of Education adopted in 2017, shortly thereafter, adopted a substantially similar guidance document. That guidance document has been pulled down for review and revision in light of the Iowa Supreme Court's very recent decision in the case of VROEGH, that's VROEGH, versus Iowa Department of Human Services, in which the Iowa Supreme Court interpreted the Iowa Civil Rights Act's prohibition against discrimination in employment on the basis of gender identity in favor of a transgender employee of the state of Iowa. The Iowa Department of Education has indicated many things that are very similar to the policy language that you are considering before you tonight with regard to the chosen name of students, names, pronouns, locker room, restroom usage, overnight trips, confidentiality of records, and so on. In considering why it's so important to take these issues under consideration from a legal perspective, and I'm not speaking to this as a matter of policy. You've certainly heard from a number of people tonight on both sides of this issue with respect to policy, and that's not my purpose here tonight. I'm simply advising on the legal questions. One reason that it is important to be aware of what the United States Department of Education and the Iowa Civil Rights Commission and the Iowa Department of Education have advised with respect to engaging in practices that are non-discriminatory on the basis of gender identity is that those entities have jurisdiction over the school district in various ways. The Office for Civil Rights can investigate and issue penalties against school districts for noncompliance with any laws that are within their purview, and that includes not only Title IX, but also Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, which protects students on the basis of disability, Title VI, which protects students on the basis of discrimination on the basis of race, national origin, and so forth. And so we listen to what the Office for Civil Rights has to say, because if they were to come and conduct an investigation or receive a complaint against a district and determine that a school district was not in compliance with Title IX or one of the other laws under their purview, they have remedial authority against public school districts, up to and including actually taking action to restrict or revoke receipt of federal funding. The Iowa Department of Education similarly has jurisdiction over all school districts in the state of Iowa to ensure that school districts comply with all applicable laws. And the Iowa Civil Rights Commission is charged with investigating and remediating any complaints of discrimination or harassment on the basis of any one of the protected classes under that law, including gender identity. So this has been an evolving area of law. This is an area where, again, the language of the statutes themselves is very general, but the decisions that are coming out of both state and federal courts and the guidance coming out of state and federal enforcement agencies has helped to provide additional guidance and parameters around what the expectations are on school districts to ensure that you're complying with both federal and state law. I'm happy to take any questions. I want to keep the overview short because I know you've already had a long meeting and probably still have quite a bit of business in front of you, but again, questions about the policy or procedures or how the law may impact your policy-making duties, I'm happy to take.
Anyone have questions for Miriam?
I do. Can you explain to me what a temporary record is as it's defined in Iowa Code?
There is not a specific definition in Iowa Code of temporary record. That does not prohibit the school district from adopting a policy that includes its own language and terminology. So it's not in violation of Iowa law, but that term is not something that exists in Iowa law.
With information being put into that temporary record as a policy calls out, what information can be put into that temporary record specifically that can be withheld from parents?
And actually, that's something I believe we recommended some adjustments to the policy in light of some extremely recent developments in the law. There's been, I think, some ambiguity around the various state laws and interpretations of confidentiality and privacy. Under Iowa law, FERPA would prevail and is more specific than other laws in Iowa on the question. And under FERPA, parents have the right to review their children's education records. After your first reading of this policy, but before tonight's meeting, there was a lawsuit initiated challenging another state's version of or another school district in different states version of similar policy language regarding confidentiality. And we advised that the district make some adjustments to the confidentiality provisions so as not to potentially run afoul of, if that case were to be successful and if that were precedent to be established nationwide, to sort of take a wait-and-see approach and see how that lawsuit kind of progresses. It's in its initial stages, so it's really hard to say. There may be a temporary injunction ruling in the near future that we can look to for at least preliminary guidance.
Regarding that specific issue, can you clarify how HIPAA and FERPA kind of both impact this particular policy, knowing that I think everybody in this room and the room across the hall want to have parent involvement when it's legal and safe to do so. But we also know that there are some situations in which it might not be legal for the school to provide information to a parent, specifically under HIPAA guidelines. And so I'm wondering if you can clarify when that would be a legal barrier and when we would be able to provide information to a parent?
So HIPAA applies to healthcare providers, health clearinghouses, and health insurance organizations. HIPAA is generally not the governing rule in school systems, with very limited exceptions if there is a healthcare clinic that is associated with a school that creates, healthcare and medical records. Generally, the law that we rely on in the school setting is FERPA, and when FERPA is the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, it's a federal law that, much like Title IX, ties a school district's receipt of federal funding to compliance with the provisions of FERPA, and the two major overarching provisions of FERPA are, one, confidentiality of student records, that they not generally be disclosed other than in accordance with FERPA, and two, that parents have the right to request an opportunity to inspect and review their own child's education records. And so HIPAA applies, when a student visits a doctor, but even when a doctor sends a report to a school district, that medical report that's received by the school district may have been protected under HIPAA by the doctor's office, but once it's in the custody of the school district, FERPA applies, and that becomes a confidential education record of that child. And so some of these decisions regarding, safety concerns, things like that may need to be navigated, more individually. But HIPAA won't generally be the law that applies to compel or prohibit district action.
Would that include if something was disclosed to a mental health therapist within the school setting?
So that's a different question. That's not necessarily a HIPAA-specific question. That would be a question of what legal privilege applies. School counselors do enjoy a legal privilege. There's a section of Iowa Code that addresses legal privilege for doctor-patient, religious leaders and their clergy and their flocks. Doctor-patient already, attorney-client, and then counselors as well. So it really kind of depends on who the student is speaking with in the school environment. I would encourage the policy to be clear about confidential versus non-confidential reporting. And much like under Title IX for cases of sexual harassment, there are ways for students to seek confidential help. And there are ways that students can request things or seek support that may not be able to be kept confidential. So students should know what their confidential and non-confidential options are, and if they wish to seek out a confidential report like a counselor, they can certainly do so, subject to those confidentiality provisions under Iowa law.
So if a student requests a gender support plan and they're talking to a counselor, what information that they can give that counselor that can be put into a temporary record that a parent is not privileged to see?
The counselor's own records would be, if it's a confidential conversation between a student and counselor, the counselor's own records would be confidential. A document that is used by school staff and school administration would be part of the child's education records under FERPA, would generally be privileged against disclosure to others, but would be subject to inspection by the parent.
So to clarify then, the only information that can be held from the parents is the actual conversation notes from the counselor and the student. Everything else the parents have a right to see.
It's hard for me to answer a question that is, sort of everything else, because lawyers generally don't like always and never. I will say that if it is part of a student's education records under FERPA, then the parent would have the right to inspect and review it, and if it would be considered based on the nature of the record to be confidential counseling notes, or fall under some other existing privilege, then that would be privileged in accordance with law.
Can you give an example of other privileges of information that parents wouldn't have access to?
Well, again, I was kind of just listing the privileges that are under Iowa law: attorney-client, doctor-patient, clergy privilege. Don't have that section pulled up off the top of my head. Those are the ones that jump out at me. I don't want to misquote or overstate it. And anybody who is, a licensed professional who is providing support to students should be familiar with their own ethical rules and confidentiality rules, and should be able to articulate those to students when they meet with them and be able to say either this is a confidential conversation or this is not. And again, this is something that I think school staff routinely have to deal with, not just in this area, but in general with any kind of student conduct that may be reported to them. Things that are reported to one staff member versus another may have entirely different obligations based on that.
So if there was a counselor's notes that are privileged, if at any time that information gets to the hands of anyone else, then it automatically should become part of the education record. Is that correct?
Again, I don't really like, sort of the hypotheticals. I would say that it would be a question of what purpose those records were created for, who they were created by, and who accessed them and how to make a determination. We work with school districts on a regular basis, helping to make, case-by-case determinations for particular records. And, Shannon and other members of the administration have probably heard me say, we do want to look at those individually and don't like giving kind of blanket always and never type of advice.
Can I give a specific example? If the counselor's notes were given to a secretary to put into a file, does not the counselor's notes have to be in sole possession of the counselor to be counselor's privileged notes?
I don't know whether a simple ministerial function like putting them into a file, and are they, I think I could probably quibble about that for a while. I would advise any counselor who wished to keep their notes confidential to be familiar with their own obligations and act accordingly with those if they wish to keep those notes confidential.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions. You alluded to earlier that you suggested some changes in the policy as written. There are several members here of the community, not only here but in the gym. Would you tell us what those changes that you would recommend and why?
Yeah, so the changes were in the section labeled confidentiality, I believe, of the regulation of 504.13R. So the confidentiality provisions made some changes to clarify that, certainly the information about a student's gender identity is confidential, private information and is not to be disclosed to other students or other parents. It is not the school's decision when and how that student shares that information. And with staff members only on a need-to-know basis. However, did clarify based on, again, that, newly filed lawsuit and some concerns about the intersection of, FERPA, parental rights, and, interests that have been expressed, I think, regarding student privacy, that, anything that goes into a student's education records is something that a parent would have the right to inspect and review under federal law as currently interpreted, as FERPA is currently understood, and not wanting the district to be potentially in, a kind of a sticky wicket over that, knowing that that same issue is being litigated elsewhere in the country right now.
To follow up on that one, Clark, the changes that you're asking about, that Miriam's referencing, are reflected in 504.13R. from last time. The changes you will see, anything that was recommended for deletion is in green with a line through it, and the additional statements are in red as well. So that is a reflected change that Marion mentioned from the recent court case or lawsuit that we had conversations about after the first reading, before the second reading, which reflect the counselor privacy opportunities versus other staff as well. So trying to clarify what can be shared to parents and what cannot as well. So that's the changes she was referencing, and those are reflected in the updated policy. So in case somebody's looking at that online, the pieces on 504.13R that are in green and red, that's exactly the changes we had discussed.
Oh, and I understand that.
Okay,
and
making sure.
I read that memo. I was hoping that she could explain that to the patrons here so they could understand, because so many of them know the way it's written now, and that given the changes might, have a look at our policy. My next question, you have read our policy. There's some concerns according to, with Iowa code, federal code, any other code that fits. Is our policy follow that code? Is it legal?
Yeah, we have reviewed it, and yes, I believe that with the adjustments to the confidentiality provisions, the procedures and policy that we've reviewed are consistent with guidance that we have received and reviewed from federal and state agencies regarding confidentiality, regarding bathroom, locker room, overnight trips. Those are things that the federal government addressed in 2016, and then, like I said, I think the Iowa Department of Education followed up in maybe 2017 or 2018. I want to say 2017, but anybody following along in the audience, if it's 2018, I would not disagree with that.
A little bit on the media and community communications section, where the policy states that there will be one spokesperson for the, I guess I could read it directly what it is. The district and/or building shall have a single spokesperson to address the issue rather than directly communicating on the issue. How can we say that someone from the district can't speak their opinion to someone in the media, whether it be a board member or an employee of the district? How can we limit them from speaking on an issue that they have an opinion on?
I don't believe that this policy necessarily specifically addresses board member speech. Of course, any one board member speaking on their own behalf is only speaking on their behalf and is not speaking on behalf of the board or the district. It should make that clear in any communication so that there's no confusion, because I think things that we understand as attorneys, that school board members may understand, that administrators may understand, may not always be as readily understood by members of the community that don't have that same amount of experience and don't necessarily know that one board member speaking for herself or himself is not necessarily representing the views or opinions of the entire district. With respect to this policy, I think that it is generally a fairly common practice for districts to assign a person to be in charge of communicating the building or the district's position on a variety of matters to ensure that the position that's being communicated is in fact consistent with district policy, is inconsistent with the will of the board, with the directives of the administration. And so I don't see anything in this policy that runs afoul of what I would consider to be sort of general communication practices. Individual employees speaking on a matter that is within the scope of their employment are subject to different rules than private citizens speaking, or than an employee would be if they were speaking in their capacity as a private citizen and not within the scope of their employment for the district. That gets into First Amendment rights, and I certainly don't want to go too deep down that rabbit hole, because that is another area of law that is time consuming and gray and does not lend itself very well to always and never type statements that I would, just advise that, again, much like some of the other issues we've touched on tonight, if there are concerns about the application of this policy, that should always be addressed on a case-by-case basis with those potential issues in mind.
The intent behind that portion of the regulation is really protecting student confidentiality to the less individuals that are aware of a student's private situation is what is the focus for that portion of the policy.
Marion, there were a couple specific concerns that were brought up that I wanted to just get your input on as to how you would perceive them from a legal issue. One was exposure in a locker room, and I'm just curious how you would perceive that from a legal perspective. If there was a student who was exposed to the opposite gender's body parts in a locker room or in a bathroom, is that considered indecent exposure? Is it not? Does that put the district at risk if we were to pass a policy that allows students to use the gender that aligns with their gender identity, and then a student is then has the opportunity or sees the opposite gender's genitalia? Like, what does that look like from a legal perspective?
So, great questions. First, I want to make clear that the federal and state guidance on this question of locker room usage indicates that anybody has the right to request a separate locker room or bathroom facility if they are not comfortable for whatever reason, whether that be general modesty issues, shyness, religious modesty issues that may apply, even in a purely single-sex, single-gender, setting. And so, any student has the right to request the opportunity to change in a private location if they wish to do so. And there should be avenues, and I believe there are in the provisions of the procedures to make those requests. There is no one in the school who should be subjected to sexual misconduct, sexual harassment, or inappropriate conduct based on sex, regardless of sex or gender identity. And inappropriate behavior can and should be dealt with in accordance with district policy, regardless of who is engaging in that behavior. I would note that Iowa Code Section 709.9, which is the indecent exposure law, states that it is a crime to expose a person's genitals or pubes to another person, not the person's spouse, or committing the sex act in the presence of a third person if it is done to arouse or satisfy the sexual desires of either party and the person knows or reasonably should know that the act is offensive to the viewer. So in using the definition in Iowa Code, simply changing in a locker room would not, without other conduct that meets the definition of indecent exposure, would not be criminal in and of itself. And so that's where I go back to, if there is other conduct by anyone based on gender or sex who is engaging in inappropriate behavior anywhere in the school building, there are policies and procedures for reporting, investigating, and resolving that. But simply changing in a locker room or using the bathroom without more would not in and of itself constitute indecent exposure.
Okay, thank you.
Can you touch a little bit on the gender support plans a little bit in Iowa Code or federal code, where that comes from, what that looks like?
Right, so I think this is a concept that is not established in Iowa law, because Iowa law on the question of sexual orientation and gender identity simply says, thou shalt not discriminate, and does not really provide guidance beyond that. However, in handling investigations by the U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights, They see this as very much akin to other obligations that schools may have to accommodate students. I'll just throw out Section 504 as being one example. Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, also a federal funding statute that says that any school district that receives, or educational institution that receives federal funding is not allowed to discriminate on the basis of disability against any qualified individual. And within then the language of the statute, which doesn't say anything about 504 plans, through regulations and regulatory guidance from the federal government, schools have across the country adopted written 504 plans to reduce to writing the accommodations that are being provided to students, so that students and their parents and school staff have a way of referencing those and ensuring that the accommodations that a student is entitled to as a matter of federal non-discrimination disability law are being abided by and are being provided. And so while this gender support plan is not something that is specifically codified in Title IX or in the Iowa Civil Rights Act, my understanding of it is that it is a similar effort to try to provide a working plan or a roadmap to ensure that a student who may need some supports or accommodations on the basis of gender identity is being provided those, and that there's a mutual understanding with relevant school staff of what that may look like.
I'm a little bit familiar with the IEP plans and 504s. I have a concern here with these very vulnerable at-risk students, because they are, just like students with disabilities or other things. With the IEP, there is a very detailed, laid out dispute resolution plan. If something done on the district side, possibly, that was construed to be wrong, or something happens, God forbid a student is harmed in some way through the district. The IEP has, like I said, a very laid out dispute resolution plan. Is there anything in place for gender support plans of the same? I'm asking for accountability in these if there's a problem. Where's the accountability? Where's the oversight?
Right, so the IDEA is a very different statute. It's actually a statute that confers substantive rights on students, to receive specially designed instruction, accommodations, and so forth. It is inherently different in how it is drafted than non-discrimination laws like Section 504, like Title IX, like Title VI, like the Iowa Civil Rights Act. And so none of those laws have anything near the sort of breadth of procedural safeguards available under IDEA. Why? Because Congress wrote them that way. That's kind of the best I can do is that all of those federal laws are acts of Congress, and so where they put a very specific remedial statutory scheme in the IDEA, they have declined to do so for Title IX, Section 504, and Title VI. However, the accountability and oversight, kind of comes in two places. One is, of course, through local board policy and local administrative oversight, right? Your board policies already have procedures for students and parents to raise up concerns within the district, whether that is an anti-bullying and anti-harassment policy, whether that's a general complaint policy, whether that's coming to your board's public forum and speaking during the public comment section. The other part of that oversight is in those state and federal agencies. So, if a student believes that they're being discriminated against on the basis of disability, they can file a complaint with the Iowa Civil Rights Commission. They can file a complaint with the Office for Civil Rights, and the same thing under Title IX and the ICRA for gender identity or any other protected class status, since there are federal and state agencies that provide remedial procedures, complaints that can trigger, investigations, resolution processes, and so on to remedy concerns about violation of federal or state civil rights laws.
That is a legal issue. How is that handled with a minor whose parents are not involved with the discussions because the student doesn't want the parents involved? So then a student wants to file a complaint with Civil Rights Commission, Department of Ed, whatever it is. How can they do that as a minor?
I don't think there's anything on either the federal or the state forms that requires that the person filing the form be an adult. Certainly parents have the right to file civil rights complaints on behalf of their children, but I am aware of at least a couple of cases that have been filed in the Iowa Civil Rights Commission by high school students, by minor students. And I would also add to that at least under the Iowa Civil Rights Act, there's also a tolling period that allows students to bring claims in their own right within a year of reaching the age of 18, so that if something happens to them when they're 15 and nobody else files a complaint on their behalf, parent or guardian doesn't act, the student can still act on their own. So certainly either way, parent could file a complaint or student could file a complaint. Those complaint procedures are fairly easy to access. They're available online, and it sounds like, and I believe their contact information is also available in your board policies and on your website as well.
And other students that are non-transgender come to anyone in the district and ask with some sort of an issue. I pick whatever issue you want and want to have help with it. Keep that information from their parents.
Well, and again, I want to clarify that in the revisions that I recommended to the board policy, I did recommend that there be, some transparency in those records with parents. So, yeah, I don't think that I'm really able to answer that question because it's already something that I've addressed.
I'm just saying that it applies the same across the board is what I'm looking for clarification on, I guess. Whether you're a transgender student or not a transgender student.
FERPA is a law that applies to all students in schools regardless of gender identity or other protected class status.
Does FERPA still apply to students in the IDEA Act?
In the what, I'm sorry?
With the IDEA Act, is there any conflicting laws there?
Under IDEA, there are generally IDEA, I don't know if we're getting too far afield here, but I think generally IDEA tracks FERPA. There are some additional provisions under IDEA with respect to special education records, but yeah, they're not contradictory.
Jump in for a second. A lot of the comments have asked us to vote no on this policy, and I think what I would just like you to clarify once again is if these are procedures that are outlined under federal law and under state law through the Office of Civil Rights, whether we have a policy explaining our procedures or not, we have to follow that guidance, correct?
Yes, yeah, I mean, whether or not you reduce it to policy and therefore give notice to parents and students in your community of what the board's directives to administration are, would not change anything about your obligations under Title IX and the Iowa Civil Rights Act. And, like I said a couple of times, the items that are outlined in these procedures are consistent with guidance that we've gotten both from the federal government and from the state government, and failing to follow that guidance could subject the district to significant liability. That's just kind of the universe that we operate in.
I wanted to clarify because, yes, this is a new policy. It's labeled as new on the agenda because it doesn't currently exist in policy, but it's not new procedure. We've always followed the law, and we had an increase with all of the conversations around transgender with the athletics bill and things like that, which this does not go against that bill. More questions about how does the district handle these issues, and we always were able to say we follow Title IX, we follow Iowa Code, we follow the guidance, but then they have to go look that up. So this was a clarification. You can refer to the policy, which adheres to Title IX, it adheres to the Iowa Code, it adheres to the guidance that we've received, Whether or not we say that in policy, these are the procedures we have to follow. So even if we all voted no tonight, these are still the procedures we have to follow by law.
In respect to the Iowa High School Girls Athletic Association, their policies being written into our policies, is that law that needs to be followed, or does state law need to be followed?
Federal law is the supreme law of the land. However, we are, I hope, going to receive some guidance in the near future on how Title IX applies to the new state law and the contradictions potentially between that state law and Title IX are going to be things that ultimately may be resolved in the courts. So I really don't want to wade in on a brand new area of law. I mean, the state law is clear in what it requires and what it prohibits. But I expect to see, that there will be hopefully guidance. Guidance would be preferable, and potentially litigation around that may change directions that school districts go in based on what that guidance is.
Did you, I know you looked through the overnight field trips section of this policy before the first reading. Did you have an opinion on the entire policy before the first reading?
And I don't believe that I was the one who reviewed that one. I think that was my partner who reviewed it. I have reviewed the entire policy now. I had not prior to, I think, last week.
Okay.
Anyone else have questions on this side of the room?
Rachel,
I've got one more, if I could.
One more.
Have you put out, you or someone there written, put out a written opinion to anyone at the district on the legality and constitutionality, and a written opinion on the risk of litigation regarding this?
I am not sure that I can answer that. First of all, if I did, or if one of my partners did, to another district, that would be subject to the attorney-client privilege between our firm and that district. And being that this is an open board meeting, I would also say that communications that would be protected under the attorney-client privilege would not be something I would be able to share, even with respect to communications with Linn-Mar, without a waiver of the attorney-client privilege by the board, which is not on the agenda tonight, so not something we can take up today.
But if that was requested, that is something, being on the board, that is something that we should be able to get, correct? So we know as fiduciary responsibility to the community. So we know, obviously, I understand what you're saying, that it's not information that can be out in the community, but we, as the policy makers, should have that legal opinion to use to help make our decision if it was requested.
Isn't that what she's giving us
Yes,
right now?
board members are the board as a whole, is the body that has the attorney-client privilege with legal counsel for the board. And yes, board members have the ability to review records necessary to perform your fiduciary duties as board members. So,
Was that requested of you? Was a written opinion requested of you?
Again, I think that falls under the attorney-client privilege, and without a waiver by a majority of the board, I'm not comfortable answering that in an open meeting.
Okay.
I just have one more question, addressing another set of concerns from tonight. The majority of the concerns relate to students pretending that they are gender nonconforming or transgendered to assault students of the opposite biological sex, and using this policy viewing this policy and these procedures as a loophole to allow them to do that. Can you explain the way that that would be viewed? Because in my understanding, that is the same as any other assault or harassment, and that this policy does not open the door for that in a legal standpoint.
Correct, yeah, and bearing in mind that this guidance has been out there for 6 years at the federal level and 5 years at the state level. These procedures, you know, informally, right, maybe not reduced to written procedures in your district, but informally these procedures around restroom and locker room usage and things like that have been in existence for a number of years now. And yes, I would agree with you that any assault, any harassment, regardless of who is engaging in it or what the setting in which it is occurring is, absolutely should trigger the district's obligation to investigate, to resolve the situation, to provide supportive measures to the victims of any harassing conduct or improper, assault or anything like that, and may trigger procedures even beyond, just district involvement. So there are a panoply of procedures to protect students from inappropriate conduct in the school setting, including not just on school grounds during the school day, but in any school-sponsored activity or extracurricular or anything like that that's affiliated with the school.
Let's say it's not a student. We host events here all the time. If a adult male comes into a building and goes into a locker room and just watches and then leaves, and we can't question that person on anything. Maybe they went in there just to watch young girls undress in the locker room. We can't ask the question if they're transgender. They don't have to tell us if they're transgender. They didn't really assault anyone, but they went in there for a reason. How was that handled?
I think it's a more general question. That's a matter of district policies and practices around visitors on school grounds and where those visitors are allowed to go, where they're not allowed to go, what amount of supervision is required for visitors to be present in certain parts of the school building. I would be quite shocked to learn that, somebody walking in off the street would be provided unfettered access in 2022 to any of our public schools, frankly. I think that that's something that districts have board policies that address visitors to the building. Most district policies that I've reviewed require that visitors check in to the main office, that if they're going somewhere else in the building, there may be additional procedures around, receiving an escort and things like that. But I think that's certainly something that the administration, is absolutely able to, handle and should be handling, not just for, for this purpose, but for any number of other ones. I don't know that that's, something that I would consider to be a particular risk based on this policy.
Well,
also, this policy applies to students, correct?
Yes.
Well, I believe.
I think we're kind of getting off base a bit.
Well, this is why we're here, is to ask questions, because I'm trying to answer concerns of the people of the community. And this is a big concern. So if there's a band concert, and a lot of people come to a band concert, those people don't have to sign into the buildings, but they can walk right into a bathroom, and we can't ask them about it.
Under your logic, Matt, under your logic, somebody could, a man could walk off the street to a band concert, and they could grab a female in a hall, pull her aside, and assault her.
But I'm not talking about assault, Rachel. I'm talking about a man walking into a bathroom, looking at who's using the bathroom, and then walking out.
Well, there's stalls.
That'd be the same in our current situation now if they walked into a restroom.
A male
that
could
would be
walk
addressed with
into
the
a
individual.
restroom, into a woman's or a girl's restroom at the high school, and it would take some time to alert an adult that was going on for them to be able to go in. And you're not concerned about that.
Oh, I am
Or
concerned about
certainly you're
that,
not
but what I'm
raising
more concerned about
concerns
is this
about that.
policy seems to give a little more, gives them another tool to be able to fight against, no, I wasn't, I'm transgender. I'm just saying that this policy, to me, sounds like it gives them a tool to get away with something, and that's my concern.
This policy is only for students. It's a student policy.
So we can ask adult males if they're transgender, if they go into a bathroom and then come out?
Marion?
Becomes a legal question, not a
Iowa
policy.
Civil Rights Act protections on the basis of gender identity apply to public entities as well, but and public accommodations, and there's a separate provision in Iowa Code Section 216.6 that applies to the rights of employees to be free from discrimination and harassment on the basis of gender identity. However, the policy that is in front of you is labeled Administrative Regulations regarding transgender and students non-conforming to gender role stereotypes, and is located in Students' Health and Safety in the 500 series, which are policies that apply to students. So, sort of the hypothetical, where could this go from here, really isn't in front of the board with this policy. This policy only applies to your student population.
Any other questions for Marion at this time?
Nope.
Marion, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate you taking the time, especially given the lateness of the hour.
Thanks so much. Have a great night, everybody. Wait, Shannon, did you want me to stick around, or?
Don't mind for a few minutes while we have policy next step discussion, if that works for you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to 702.
Motion to table?
For a second for the motion on the floor.
I'll second it.
For clarification, are we tabling all of the policies in the second reading? Or
Last two.
we will need a motion
I motion to second, motion to table the last 504.13, 504.13R, and the vote on the rest.
I'll second it.
We have a motion from Matt and a second from Barry to table policies 504.13 and 504.13R. Do I have any discussion?
There are lots of reasons I think we should table this policy. One, there's been a lot of discussion in the last 2 weeks. We've been told several times that we're providing this policy for transparency. We're providing this policy because it's the law. We're providing this policy for safety, and we're providing this policy because we've been doing it for 5 years. There are a lot of things in this policy that we have not been doing for 5 years. Regarding gender support plans, they don't even exist. They don't even exist at this time. I was asking questions about it, and I was told that we were just starting the process to build these gender support plans. So that part has not been followed for the last 5 years. The single spokesperson for all issues related to transgender, I don't believe has been being done for the last 5 years. Even the bathroom policy has not been done for the last 5 years, certainly not at the Aquatic Center. So on those grounds, I think we need to table this to have more discussion. I'm not saying that there can't be a policy in place, but we need to be transparent and honest with the community and get the community involved in this. I think it tells a very true story with the amount of people that showed up today, that the community is not in support of this at all.
I think, Matt, probably the biggest piece of it in my eyes is these pieces will probably and should be in policy in the future. However, we've already made some modifications from reading number 1 to reading number 2. And I just think all of those pieces put together would be I think we need to actually, the policy committee, which we have as elected officials in our organization that we put our trust into, along with our attorney, should probably review that and actually come back with a little better wording, because I think it's just like you just said a minute ago, it's just too broad, and I think it needs to be better.
And I think we can do better. I think we can do something with this policy to make it more palatable, if you will, for everyone. And to be clear, we want to protect every student in this district. That's everyone's goal here. And if we need to put something in policy to clarify some things, I think that's great and admirable, and that's what we need to do. But we need, I believe, on something that has been shown to be this divisive, to have some community input on it, student input. You know, this isn't a policy that we can just copy and paste and stick in there and push through. It needs a lot more discussion. This isn't a 2-hour discussion on this policy. I think what we've heard here tonight shows that.
I would love to get to a point where we can have the community as a whole be supportive of what our final product is. My concern is that I don't know that there is a lot of leeway with what's written in here and the law. And so I'm not sure that we're going to be able to get to a point where we can revise enough things to make them palatable to make everybody happy, because I think what we're hearing the community wants and what the law requires don't necessarily mesh up. That's what we're hearing from Marion. That's what I've read in the law and in the guidance that I was reading. And I just don't see where I guess I'm curious where you see the opportunities to mesh those two.
I think there is an opportunity to do that by bringing people in, bringing some stakeholders in to this policy, and actually having the discussions on what is written and why it's written will help people understand what is written and why it's written, and maybe coming up with other things that, again, will make it more palatable, and certainly give the community much more understanding of what's being done. I think we owe that to the people of the community.
What are you doing, Matt, to help the community understand this? Because you have the benefit of, you know, a different position than community members. You know, you're privy to more information. You know, you get guidance from our attorneys. I wonder, you know, if we have our attorneys saying that this is law, what you're doing to help the community understand that even though they may not agree, and even though they may not like it, that we are bound to follow the law. I just wonder whether you are actually wanting to help them understand it, or whether your aim is to sow more discontent among the community.
Not at all. What I am doing is exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm asking questions. I'm asking questions that need to be answered.
And you asked the question, and the attorney, pardon me, you asked the question, the attorney said that this complies with the law, both federal and state. And so what? I mean, you have talked a lot about people following the law, but it seems to me, from what I've heard from you, is that you would like the law to be followed very selectively.
Not at all.
And we don't, well, no, but it seems that you do, because here we have an attorney that the district employees that you yourself voted for, telling us, you, after you asked many questions, that we are in compliance and that these procedures have been in place, and that whether or not we pass this policy or not, we are still bound by this policy as a procedure, and yet you're still unwilling to vote for it, and you seem to be opposed to bringing the community together on this.
The audience will remain silent, or I will ask you to leave.
Together on this. I did ask the attorney one very important question regarding some privileged information that the board should see, and I'm very surprised that it hasn't happened with an actual written opinion on the legality of it, which she did touch on some of it, and a lot of it, but also the opinion on the risk of litigation. That is something that we, as a group, need to be very cognizant of. We hold the purse to the district.
But you don't seem to be concerned about the risk of litigation should a transgender student sue us for discrimination. So I just don't get it. You just seem to be talking out of both sides of your mouth, Matt, and I don't understand it.
I'd like to try to pull this together a little bit if we can. Melissa, I'd like to add to your comment, and I appreciate it 100%, because we have a lot of anger we've heard tonight and a lot of that kind of stuff, and we have to be so cautious, and that's exactly, I think, what you were saying. We have to be cautious because there's a lot of legalities involved and there's a lot of law involved. As we could see tonight, you can bring 200 people into the room and survey them on what they want in here and what they want in here and they want in that, and somebody's going to go away mad because we can't do all of it. We still got to stay within the parameters of the law. I thought she did a very fine job walking through it because she was kind of on the table pretty hard and a couple things she couldn't answer. That's just because she wasn't involved, but she will. But I do think moving forward, and that's my reasoning for wanting to slow down a little bit, bring this together and try to get the verbiage right, because you're exactly right, Rachel. We have to abide by the law. We have Title IX. There were changes made in 17 or 18. There were changes made in 2021. We've got to be able to pull all that together, and how do we understand it? Because most of us have done a lot of reading over the last 2 weeks, more than we want to admit. And there's stuff in there, and you have to be careful because there's stuff that maybe you shouldn't be reading too that gives you a tainted view a little bit. So I agree, Melissa, 100% on that we need to be cautious on how many people get involved in the discussion and where it goes. So.
I'm going to ask, Sandra and Clark have not had a chance to speak. Do you guys have anything you would like? Any considerations to the motion that's on the table?
Just it's been a motion, it's been seconded, it just means it's time to vote on that.
I would like to say one more thing on it. There were a lot of people that showed that if this policy passes as it is, they are going to look to leave the district. That is something we have to take into consideration, so we have to get this right, or it's going to cost us a lot of money.
They will find the same procedures in any district they go to because these are the law.
Call the vote.
This side of the room?
Call the vote.
Yeah. You have to. No, I've asked. We have procedures. You cannot speak during the board meeting. It's disruptive.
Call the vote.
All those in favor of tabling policy 504.13 and 504.13R and sending it back to policy committee for review?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Motion does not pass.
Make a motion to approve the second reading of the policy recommendations as presented.
Second.
I have a motion by Rachel and a second by Melissa. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Second reading of the policy recommendations passes 5-2.
Good start, I want my open enrollment. You guys are 1 minute, 30 days. I gave you 30 days to resign.
She even said, it needs review and update.
I don't want to say 90% of the children, 98% disgusting kids. Disgusting.
Enjoy your open enrollment.
You will.
Do you guys have a form for accommodating students that don't want to? We can talk about that at a later date.
We'll move on
Try
to
to get some control.
moving on to section 800. I'm sorry, we have the other policies, thank you.
Motion to approve the second reading of the policy recommendations as presented.
We voted on that.
For the.
We voted on both, actually.
For all of them, never mind.
Yeah, we did.
That was the motion.
Never
Yeah.
mind.
It's okay. Informational reports. We had a board visit to the Aquatic Center. Would anyone like to share comments on the visit?
Yeah, it was great.
Good visit.
It was wonderful. I mean, it just tells you again what a great facility is. It's run well, and we watched the swimming going on, and the kids were loving it, and it was just really fun. And I love to hear that they have the kids that have been there before, like say last year or the year, well, last year probably not, but anyway, before all this craziness hit with COVID, they have a way to track where they got to, say, level 3. So when they come back in, they already know they're at level 3, so they start them there and make sure they can do that and then move them on. So, you know, it's just a great facility, and it seemed like a lot of people make use of it, and that's a good thing.
Anyone else want to share their thoughts on the visit?
I think it just goes to show how the Aquatic Center is being used at maximum capacity at all hours of the day. It starts very early in the morning and goes as late as they can to stay open. I really do like the fact that we have a situation in which it does progress, like Sandra was saying, and it continues. I'm glad at the early age that they start. When they open it up for summer lessons, I predict unless last time they did this, in an hour and a half there was still a waiting list for people to get in because it filled so quickly, and that says something about how they do things, how it's accepted. There's very little room for adult swim because it's all taken up by kids in our district. I like the different ways in the locker rooms, and that there's places for families that have the shower and a toilet and a sink, and I also liked what they do to accommodate our special needs students. I think it was just Matt and I and maybe one other that went in there and saw how they can take a person individually, like say out of their wheelchair or that's trouble walking, put them in a special device where they can take the shower. They can actually put them in a device that lowers them into the water and brings them out of the water, and a special place for them. Matter of fact, it's a training table where they can accommodate getting dressed before they have to go back to a different class. I was really impressed with the accommodations that they had for that.
I was impressed with the statistics of when the program started, and I think it was something like 36% of our students couldn't swim, and within 2 years we were at an 80% proficiency rate. Swimming is a huge life skill, and we know how scary it is when kids flounder or have trouble in the water. So I think it's a fantastic program, and I really enjoyed our visit. Anyone else have?
Letting us come through for the tour.
Clark, you have an update for us from the Marion City Council?
Yes, there's only two things that pertain to our district, and Resolution 3048-9 is they okayed Rothney Construction to start on the Albernette Road in Echo Hill, which is far overdue. And the second thing is Resolution 3049-0, approving a contract with the Ross G Construction Company with the Tobby Park. So we'll get more parking and better access for our kids to get to Wilkins that way. But those are the only two things that dealt with our particular district.
803, the legislative report is that they're still not talking and they're still in session, and that's the update. They didn't meet at all really last week, so stay tuned, see what they do this week. Shannon?
No update.
Okay. Moving on to unfinished business.
I make a motion to approve the resolution supporting the proposed use of SAVE revenue for an athletic facility infrastructure project, i.e. district tennis courts.
Second.
Motion by Barry, second by Sandra. I heard a voice. Can you take a roll call for the vote?
Buckholz?
Yes.
Maury?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Rollinger?
Yes.
Walker?
Yes.
Wall? Weaver?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Motion to
902?
approve the acceptance of completion and issue final payment of $2,746.15 to Tri-City Electric of Iowa for the Excelsior Intercom upgrade project.
Second.
Motion by Barry, second by Sandra. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to new business.
Motion to approve setting a public hearing for 5 p.m. on May 23rd, 2022 in the boardroom of the Learning Resource Center to approve the the fiscal year 2022 amended certified budget.
Second.
Motion by Melissa, second by Clark. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Motion to approve the values of the Linn-Mar Community School District Board of Directors as presented in Exhibit 1002.1.
Second.
A motion by Melissa and a second by Barry. Any discussion? I will just say thank you guys for your hard work on that. We started that in January, so. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
I move to approve the open enrollment request as presented.
Second.
Motion by Clark, a second by Sandra. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
A motion by Barry and a second by Sandra. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion
Aye.
carries.
I oppose.
That moves on to last page, board communications. We have on the calendar, we have a board visit tomorrow at Novak at 11:30. The Lions Awards are at 5, May 4th. You can see the rest of our upcoming board visits. We just have a couple left, I think just 2 left. Rachel has signed up to do the May 5th City Council meeting. And you guys can kind of check out the rest of the policy committees or committee meetings that are scheduled for the rest of the year. If you don't have high school graduation on your calendars, it is May 29th, downtown. So put it on your calendars. And now I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Oh, I like something first.
Oh, go for it.
Too late.
All right.
I would just like to congratulate, we've got some people that are retiring from the Linn-Mar Community District. Kathleen Owen Moore is teacher, fourth grade teacher, and we want to thank her for her contributions to our district. And we also have a retirement of Doug Lofsgarden, custodian, one of those unsung heroes of the district. And student support associate, Julie Munson, and another custodian, Kevin Reiner, and want to thank them for their contribution for our staff and students and to the district.
I just wanted to make a quick note that I will not be able to make it to the Novak site visit. I will be in a training.
Thanks for letting us know.
Would entertain a motion to adjourn?
Moved.
Second. I have a motion by Barry. Do I have a second? A motion to adjourn at 10:18. All those in favor? Aye. If you're opposed, I don't want to hear it. Motion carries.